Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today, I'm not entirely sure what these are. So I suppose it's best to have a look, because I've bought these. If I remember rightly, I bought them from Sainsbury's in Mildenhall. Although I can't really remember, they've been sitting around for a while, I just haven't got around to filming them. But on the front it says, well, Peletsky? Kirker Design. Yeah, I've got no sort of idea. I really don't. I'm guessing that's product. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
That, I'm guessing, means wheat-free, maybe? Is that the symbol for wheat? Bez GMO. I mean, that could mean genetically modified, but then, who knows? Yeah, there's some sort of corn-based snack, stick type thing. Yeah, whatever that is, yeah. Let's flip it over, let's have a look. So, oh, there is a bit in English here. Corn sticks manufactured by extrusion method. Ingredients: corn grits, non-GMO, 98.98%, rapeseed oil, non-GMO, and salt. Right, well, they're fairly simple ingredients as well. 60 grams, this is a large packet, but yeah, they don't weigh anything, so yeah, I can believe that. No idea what any of that says, or any of that. Not a clue. Tell you what, where's my phone? Now, because this worked so well on the squid jerky, let's try it again. So, let's point it at this bit. Let's see what it says. The pails. Okay. Finger. It apparently is now. It thinks it's in Polish, which I can believe. What does all that say then? Doesn't seem to know. What about all that? What does that say? Ah, here we go. Oh, it's almost a sentence. Corn puffs are a delicious snack made from carefully selected ingredients. They are made based on our own unique recipes. They have an excellent and delicate texture, which is why both children and adults like them. Oh, I was right about that. Look, it says... oh, buggered it. Oh, there we go. Gluten-free product. Ah, I thought wheat-free, but right, okay. I'm guessing that means non-GMO as well, so non-genetically modified. That's quite fun. Energy value. Which saturated fatty acids? Them are saturated fatty acids. Yes, okay. So... denture with smack. Okay, then. Let's see if it can tell me what it says on the front. Oh, that says remote. Okay. Gluten-free product. No GMO. It can't translate that. Alright, okay. So... told us some stuff about it. Let's just open them up and eat them. It's why we're here. Now, from the description, I'm expecting these to be a delicate texture. Oh. Right, okay. These remind me of Wotsits, because they're so light and fluffy, but they're also frigging massive. And here's the little kitchen knife that I keep up here for this. They're about the same size, or next to my mobile phone, look. They're bloody big things, are these. But yeah, they weigh nothing. It's like handling builder's foam. It just, there's no weight to it. Let's have a sniff. They smell of nothing. Nothing at all. There's a very slight smell to them, but it's just like generic crisps. Almost like if you get unflavoured Wotsits, if you get like Smart Price cheesy puffs and they have next to no flavour to them, next to no flavour or smell to them, it's like that, except worse. There is almost no smell at all. If anything, they smell kind of like foam packaging. They look similar to it as well. Ooh, I know what they are. They're those little S-shaped things that used to like package everything in them. If you ordered a new TV, it came in them. Not really used anymore because they go frigging everywhere, but that's the texture of them and the feel of them and the weight of them. Even the smell of them is that weird polystyrene packaging that you used to get that just went everywhere. That's what they are. That's what they look like. Right, okay, let's just do a taste test. Okay. Considering I was able to snap them, they are really difficult to chew. As soon as they touch the saliva, the moisture in my mouth, they just turn into a paste. Yeah, really chewy paste. Ugh. They're easy enough to eat, but yeah, they just sort of take all the moisture out of your mouth, and then they just sort of crumple up as well. All the air bubbles disappear. There's almost no flavour to these either, which is a bit disappointing. Yeah, I was hoping that these would taste of sweet corn, like the packaging suggests. You know, I thought it'd be like eating corn on the cob or something like that, but no, they don't taste really of anything. Yeah, I know I try and describe the flavours as best I can in these videos, but there's nothing to describe. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's nothing there. Just double check, they're from Poland as well, so definitely count as across the pond. Sorry, Poland. These are... I suppose I could say they're not bad, but they don't taste of anything. So they're not good, they're just there. I don't really get the point of them. Even if you just lightly salted them, it would be better. Tell you what, let me try something. Won't be back in a second. Here we go, pepper grinder. This is an old trick, is this. Back when I was working at the golf club, whilst it was one of the worst jobs I've ever had, the chefs that worked there were top notch. They really knew their stuff, and they said a small amount of black pepper can really enhance the flavour of what you're eating. And what they showed me, and a lot of people think this is really weird until they've tried it, black pepper on strawberries. You don't taste the pepper unless you put too much on, but the flavour of the strawberries really comes out. I mean, some strawberries, they're bred to be massive things, but then they have no flavour to them. Put a bit of black pepper on, fixes it. So let's put a tiny amount of black pepper on these and see if I can taste anything. That has not worked. I don't believe they have any flavour for the pepper to bring out, because all I can taste is the pepper. A bit disappointing, actually.
Disappointed!
Yeah, I was quite looking forward to trying these. I know I've been putting it off for a while, but when I finally got them out, I was like, oh, these should be good, actually. Like I said, they're not bad, but they're not good either. They just exist. It's like just going, they're food.
They're food!
Poor show there, guys. Poor show. I'm still going to eat another one, though. Yeah, I'm just tasting the pepper every time. Good job I like pepper. Right, let's do a summary. Alright, so, summing up. Yeah, these, whatever they're called, I'm not going to keep mulling the pronunciation, but these things, corn sticks, a bit disappointing, really. They have no flavour to them at all, I can discern, really. Maybe if I eat the whole packet, I might start to taste something, but yeah, I was really ready for these to taste a nice bit of sweet corn, which I do like, but no, nothing. They're great with pepper on them, but if you like pepper, but they have no flavour of their own. Texture is that of polystyrene. I mean, again, it's not bad. It's what I expect when I look at these and handle them. But, I don't know, maybe a slight change to the recipe could make them more crunchy rather than spongy. Would I recommend? Not if you're a grown-up. If you're looking for something that's lightweight for, say, a child or a toddler, not too strong of a flavour, and that they're going to struggle to choke themselves on, by all means get them some of these. I'm sure they are great for kids. If you want something that has zero flavour to it as well, use these. I mean, if I had a dip, a nice salsa dip, they'd probably be quite good, you know, good for dunking in, but again, I can just get regular crisps for that as well. So yeah, all in all, bit disappointing really. Maybe I'll have better luck next month. Thank you for watching. Tell you what, before you go, let's check them for canine approval. Oh, they know. They know. Alright, who wants a corn stick? Alright, go on then, Bella. Oh, she's off. And Archer, you want one? You want? Oh, they're not sure. Oh, Bella wants another. Right, fine. Muffin, do you want one? That's it. Check it, make sure it's not poison. No, you're not keen, are you? Archer, try again. Pugs aren't keen. No. Bella, what about you? Look at the mess you've made of my floor. Bloody hell, dog. You have to hoover that up later. Are you going to eat that one? Where are you going? What are you doing? Are you going to eat it, Bella, or not? Sorry, people of Poland. Even my Eastern European animal. She wants them, but I'm not sure she actually likes them. She likes making a mess of my fucking floor, that's for sure. Yes. Clearly, Romanian canines don't like Polish food. Or maybe they do. I'm not sure. She's not keen. But the pugs, definitely not interested. Alright, that's it this time. Thank you for watching. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today, we've got something a little bit different. That's right, we're doing a crossover episode. Right, what have we got here? This is a TV licensing letter. Ooh. This is specifically the IN010A39 flavour. This is probably one of my favourite flavours. I have, full disclosure, tried these before, quite a few times, round about one a month for the past however many years, but I've finally decided to bring it to you on this show so that everyone can have a flavour of it. Right, we'll do what we always do. We'll have a quick look at the packaging and the ingredients. So the front of it, fairly standard thing. We've got, legal occupier and some QR codes here on the front and a scribbled out address and serial number. Flavour across the front, as I said, the IN010A39 flavour this is. Flip it over and as always, we'll have the nutritional information over here. We'll read the ingredients out over here. And those ingredients are sustainably sourced or recycled paper that didn't need to be sent to me. That's it. There's only one ingredient, and it's that. Remarkably simple product, this. Yeah, I'm quite curious to open it up and see what's inside, really. I mean, normally I would talk a lot more about this, but it seems like such a simple product. Not much to it. It's not very heavy. Quite thin and flexible. I imagine it's designed for, well, adults and children. I bet you could feed this to a child and they could chew it up quite nicely, even with their little baby teeth. Alright, let's open it up and see what's inside. Alright, so it is... Well, that's interesting. Yeah, it's as I expected from reading that rather short ingredients list. It's a piece of sustainably sourced or recycled paper. It's as simple as that, really. There's some weird markings here on it. I'm assuming that's down to the cooking process or something like that. Can't say I've ever tasted scribbled out QR code before, but could be interesting later. Yeah, and I believe the bottom part, yeah, that's probably going to taste of arse. Now, I'm hoping that's not going to overwhelm the rest of the flavours that are going to come with this, because I have to say it's not my favourite flavour in the world. Yeah. Then again, I'm also expecting quite a simple flavour from this, because, I mean, it's only one ingredient. How complex of a flavour can it be? Appearance, pretty much as the packaging suggests. Very thin product, paper thin in fact, about the size of an A4 piece of paper, again with these weird colouring and markings on both sides of it, all over this particular product. I'm not sure if they'll affect the flavour or not, or the nutritional value. Really not sure. I don't know enough about it, to be perfectly honest. Feel of it, it's quite smooth. Yeah, it's quite smooth in the hand. Let's see what it's like. Is it? Well, it's quite easily broken up. There's a little bit of resistance when you first start, but then once you make that first tear, it goes all right actually. You feel it resist, and then it just rips. Yeah. The tearing makes me think it's going to have an almost crunchy texture, but feeling it and the flexibility, I don't believe it will. So, yeah. Let's give it a sniff. Well, it smells like arse, if I'm perfectly honest. Yeah, I can't really smell anything else. Just shit, really, is all I can smell coming off of this. Yeah, doesn't bode well for the flavour. I get the feeling there's just going to be one overwhelming flavour with this. We'll give it one more sniff and, yeah, see if we can get all else from it. Yeah, still just the same thing. It just smells of shit. Yeah. All right. Well, there's nothing for it. Let's start off with a small piece. Let's go with that bit to start with. Let's just see what it. Just dive in, see what it tastes like. Oh, that's awful. That tasted exactly how I thought it was going to taste by looking at it and smelling it. Tasted like complete and utter repetitive bullshit. That's awful. It has almost no texture. When you put it in your mouth, the moisture from your saliva makes it shrivel up into a tiny, unchewable ball that then just goes rock hard. And aside from the flavour that I've already mentioned, there's nothing else to it. I'm not even going to give it a second bite. I think this is a first for Strange Things from Across the Pond. I've had one bite and I just can't do anymore. Yeah, that is just minging. Sorry, but that is going straight in the bin. Alright, let's do conclusions about this TV licensing letter IN0100A39 flavour. Marks out of 10. It's going to have to be a 0. Just a flat 0. I mean, I was so hopeful. Really, you know, it's one ingredient. How can you get that one ingredient wrong? All it's made from is sustainably sourced or recycled paper that didn't need to be sent to me. I mean, yeah, it's just so simple and it could have been so much better. But no, 0 out of 10 for everything. Flavour, texture, smell. It smells like arse. Yeah, probably the worst thing I think we've ever had on this series. And quite possibly ever will do. Yeah. Do I recommend? Absolutely not. Yeah, it's just minging, and it has no nutritional value. It's a completely pointless product. Yeah. No. This is the first for Strange Things from Across the Pond. I hate wasting food, but that just doesn't count as food. It's minging, and it's going in the bin. Sorry. Hopefully, next episode, something actually counts as food. Thank you for watching. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond, now with multiple angles. Yeah, I bought a second camera. Today, we are taking a look at... Oh, yeah, I can't say that word. Oh, that's not okay. Okay, here we go. So, this is a packet of, yes, that word. Now, if you're in the UK, you probably already know what word I'm thinking of, and that, even though it's spelt differently, is pronounced how you think it's pronounced. If you're outside the UK, it's kind of like the N word in America. You just can't say that here, so I'm just not going to. So we've got a purple packet of spicy chips, fiery chili lemon, or limon, yeah, real peppers, real heat. This looks quite cool. I mean, when I first got this, I thought it was going to be an imitation of the Takis that I absolutely love, but no, it's not, because they're flat. I'd say these are closer to Doritos, really. But yeah, looking forward to trying these. So we've got, so just have a quick look at the packet. We've got up in the corner here, we have non-GMO project, or verified non-GMO. And then we've got super hot, let's hope so. Net weight 2 freedom units, or 56 grams tortilla chips. Oh look, we've got a nice gauge here. We've got not hot, kinda hot, hot, super hot, freaking hot, and we're just to the upper end of the super hot scale. Now I expect there is at least 4 other flavours which fit into these, or maybe that's just completely made up and they only do one. Who knows? Chili peppers, fuel our fire, and these come with a twist. Can you handle the flames? I think the twist is going to be this here. They're chili and lime, which is the same flavour as my favourite flavour of Takis. So I'm hoping for good things here. Ingredients and nutritional value coming up on the screen. Maybe that side, somewhere. Ingredients: ground corn, expeller pressed canola and or sunflower oil. Okay. And or, do you not know? Whatever. Vinegar powder, which is maltodextrin white distilled vinegar, sea salt, rice flour, paprika extract, yeast extract, onion powder, cane sugar, citric acid for flavour. Flavour spelt wrong. Chili pepper, garlic powder, chili pepper extract, lime juice powder, and lactic acid for flavour. Right, so apart from them not knowing whether it's canola and or sunflower oil, those all seem like pretty reasonable ingredients. I mean, things like onion powder and paprika I have in my kitchen. In some of these things I have on this show, it's just a list of chemicals. It just never ends. But yeah, not bad. And what else we got? Gluten-free, suitable for viewers of any age. Vegan, I suppose well, yeah, from the ingredients list, I don't see how it wouldn't be vegan. No artificial ingredients, no artificial flavours, and no preservatives. No preservatives, also no use by date. Hope they're still okay. I've been putting off filming this for a while. Right, let's open them up and have a look. Right, well, they look, if I'm honest, quite unremarkable, unfortunately. Yeah, they look just like regular. Well, I tend to compare the weird and wonderful foods I get with the regular standard equivalent that you can get here in the UK. And in this case, it's Doritos. Apart from being a fair bit larger, they look pretty much exactly the same. A bit less in the packet than I was thinking. And this is a snack pack. It looks bigger than you would expect because American. But yeah, this is just a snack pack. Let's have a sniff of one. They smell just like spicy Doritos as well. There is, however, that hint of lime coming through, that sort of citrus on the sniff test. So that is something different. Yeah, so far they're looking somewhat unremarkable. Just first impressions. Right, let's find one that looks like it's got plenty of flavour to it. Yeah, that one's nice and orange. Right, taste test. Yeah, okay. They don't disappoint on the taste test. Oh, right. Oh, I need a drink. Yeah, so not bad those actually. Initial flavour is the lime. It says, I'm guessing that means lime, not lemon.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
The initial flavour is you get the lime first, which, from what I remember of, say, let's compare this flavour to Takis, because they're the same flavour. you get the heat and the lime as the aftertaste. They've somehow reversed it with these, which is interesting. You get the lime first, and then the heat comes later, and it builds quite quickly, and there's quite a lot of it. I'm going to have another one. That's sort of in 3 stages. First few seconds, you get just regular tortilla chip flavour, you know, just. And then a few seconds after that, you get the lime coming through, that nice citrusy flavour. And then it slowly builds after that, mainly at the back of your throat. And these are quite spicy. Oh, I mean, they're very nice. They weren't joking about them being super hot either. I'd like to know what the freaking hot is, and I'll have to see if I can find some of the freaking hot ones and see what they're like. Oh, almost forgot to mention, these are manufactured for Amplify snack brands in Austin, Texas. So, yep, properly across the pond, this one. Let's have another one. It's interesting as well. Now, I'm going to eat the whole packet, but so far, as I'm eating these, the heat has sort of reached a certain level and it's staying there. A lot of the time when you eat something that's really spicy, the more you eat, the worse it gets. But these are quite good. Let's get a nice gobful. Well, that's even better. Don't bother with the large ones. Get a handful of all these broken bits. Stuff them in your gob at the same time. The lemon, not the lemon, the lime, that keeps tripping me up. I'm such a monolingual.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
The lime comes through really strong if you get a good handful of these bits. Let's get a few more. I mean, the kick at the end is a lot stronger. But yeah, that's nice. Let's get a bit more. Yeah, the lime flavour is actually really nice. You've got to give it a chance to build up on you, but the lime is actually really nice. I really like chilli and lime, and yeah, this is good. Other things, I mean, like I said earlier, the smell is fairly unremarkable, apart from the hints of lime in them. Texture, they're just tortilla chips or tortilla crisps. They're fairly unremarkable, but they are good. Definitely want some more of these. Let's have another one. Yeah, now that I've eaten a good few of them, the lime is coming through almost straight away. It's a lot stronger. It seems you've got to eat half the packet before you get the full flavours of these. And the heat is now just a constant burning at the back of my throat and around my cheeks. Yeah, not so much on the tongue, which is clever. I mean, I don't know the science of it, but some spicy foods burn your whole mouth and your lips and everything, and you can't taste anything. This is a nice heat to the back of the throat and around the cheeks, but I can still taste all the other flavours just as well as it was the first one. I'm sure there probably is some science behind that, pick the right chilli or something like that, but they've done well. Yeah, these are actually really nice. Yeah, they're gorgeous. Definitely need to get some more of these. Right, let's do conclusions. Have another one first. Right, so, conclusions on word I can't say on the internet, spicy chips. Really good. Yeah, initial impressions, they're quite unremarkable. They're no different to anything I can buy anywhere else. But the flavour really sets the... Oh, I've eaten too much. Let's do that bit again. Flavour really sets these apart. I mean, yeah, appearance, Doritos, no different. Texture, the same. I mean, there's probably a million different products of tortilla chips / crisps out there on the market, and these are no different on that front. But the flavour is really, really nice. You've got to give it a chance to build, but once you've had a good few mouthfuls like I've had, the lime really comes through nice and strong, and the heat it's strong, but it's not overpowering. And I don't know how they've done it, but it's only burning back of the throat and around the cheeks. So with each bite, the chili and the lime, they build, they get stronger, but I can still taste both of them. A lot of the times when it comes to spicy food, within a few mouthfuls, the heat overwhelms everything and the flavour becomes irrelevant because it's just burn, and if I'm honest, at that point, it's pretty pointless. But these, they've done really well with these, despite the somewhat racist name. It's not. It's Spanish. It just happens to sound that way. I'm being a monolingual again, as my partner tends to call me. But I'm still not going to say it because the YouTube police will probably send TV licensing around to beat me up or something like that if I say it.
FBI, open up!
Would I recommend? Absolutely. I mean, they are a fair bit bigger than, say, Doritos as well. I mean, look at that one. If you had a nice dip for this to go with, that'd be good. I mean, I don't really go for dips. I think they're just messy, and oftentimes the crisps have a good flavour to them already. But if you're the sort of person that likes dip, have at it. All in all, they're very nice, those. Right, I'm going to get on with stuffing these in my face, because they're gorgeous. Would I recommend? Absolutely. If you see these out there, get them, give them a try. I imagine there's plenty of other flavours I'm going to be on the lookout for. They'll be in future episodes. So for now, these are going in my gob. Thank you for watching. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today I've got myself a whatchamacallit. Right, here we go. So, what have we here? Well, it's literally called a whatchamacallit. Never heard of one of these before. I do like the design, sort of old cartoon-esque with this here, you could say. It says deliciously crispy, made with chocolate, peanut flavoured crisps and caramel. Interesting. Obviously, this being from across the pond, crisps doesn't mean what I think it means. But yeah, net weight 1.6 freedom units.
Oh, freedom!
Or 45 grams, 230 calories per bar. No idea if that's good or bad, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, I'll put nutritional information on the screen. Ingredients are sugar. Okay, good start. High fructose corn syrup, because America. Hydrogenated vegetable oil, which is palm kernel oil, coconut oil and soybean oil. Rice flour vegetable oil, which is palm oil, shea oil, sunflower oil, palm kernel oil, and or sunflower oil. There they are with that and or. It's like they don't know what they're putting in it. What? Okay. Partially deflated peanuts. I thought that said deflated. I'm like, okay. There's an inflated peanut, but okay, right, yep. Chocolate. I mean, it's interesting. Chocolate is way down the list here, but then it's the first thing there, but okay. Skim milk, more corn syrup, corn syrup solids, contains 2% or less of dairy butter made from milk, whey milk, salt, malt extract, mono and diglycerides, lecithin, or soy, monoglycerides, molasses, vanillin, not vanilla, vanillin, okay, artificial flavour, disodium phosphate, distributed by the Hershey Company. I've heard of them. And, oh look, there's a QR code. We've tried these QR codes before. They don't always work, but let's give it a go, shall we? Let's have a look. So, let's see. What web page is this going to be? Look at that. Oh, it's one of those smart label things again. To use, this just says, Smart Label is an industry collaboration to deliver enhanced product transparency, leveraging mobile and web technology. At Hershey, we believe our iconic brands are about goodness and should be simple. Goodness is more than tasting delicious. It's about taking pride in our products and sharing what goes into them. We're excited to be one of the first companies to launch Smart Label. We are still building the Smart Label information for the product you scanned. Okay, so it's basically, yeah, we're really proud of this and the transparency, but we haven't actually put this label into this yet. I mean, how long does it take you to type it up, guys? I mean, it's taken me a couple of minutes just to read it out, but yeah, whatever. Alright, so that doesn't really tell us very much. Right, let's open it up then, shall we? Look at that. First impressions are this is some sort of chocolate wafer bar, which is probably what the peanut flavoured crisps are that they were talking about, you know, crispy stuff. Now, this has been in my fridge for a week at the time of filming. These little spots here, what are those? They look like, when chocolate is really old, it doesn't really go off, but the sort of milk fats tend to separate and come to the surface, and you get that like white powder on the top. Some people say it's off. Personally, I'll just eat it. It doesn't really taste any different to me, unless it's years and years old, in which case it tastes a bit stale. But that's what these spots look like, so yeah, maybe you should have added a few preservatives or something there, Hershey's. But yeah, whatever. It just looks like a chocolate bar. Smells like a chocolate bar as well. It smells like it's going to have those sort of wafer crisp things in it, almost like a biscuit and then covered in chocolate. I can tell just by the smell of it, but we'll give it a taste anyway. Okay, not what I was expecting. I was expecting long, thin wafer biscuits down the middle. I can't remember the name of the chocolate bar that I'm thinking of, but I'll find out and put a picture of it somewhere around here on the screen. But it's not. It looks almost like Rice Krispies inside there. I was expecting sort of several layers, but it's not. That's nice, is that? Let's have another bite. I have to say, the Americans do peanut butter flavouring very well. It's a good job I like peanut butter. Oh, I'd be having a murder of a time making this series. That is nice. That is very good. The flavour you've got, the outside is just regular chocolate. Nothing fancy about it, really. The inside has the texture of Rice Krispie snacks, so you can get those here in this country. But yeah, nice, strong peanut butter flavour coming from within. In fact, if you look rather closely, you can sort of see it in there. You can see the outline of the various Rice Krispies, which are slightly hollow. But then there's this sort of brown, almost paste-like substance in there as well. That's the peanut butter. And of course, because it has peanut butter in it, it has a nice chewy texture to it as well. So you've got the softness of the chocolate, almost a velvety texture on the tongue. You've got the crunchiness from the crisps, or the Rice Krispies, and then there's a chewiness to go with it from the peanut butter. And you can taste all three things at the same time, which is really nice. So, not really getting the caramel that it talked about, although that's probably being drowned out by the other flavours and the chocolatey flavour. But yeah, that's nice, is that? Right, let's try another bite, just because it's really nice. I think the caramel is between the top layer of chocolate and the crisp, so you can just see a little bit of it there. And now that I've taken in the biggest bite so far, and I'm nearly done with it, I am starting to taste the caramel, but it's not immediately evident when you bite into it. Alright, I suppose it's best to do conclusions before I scoff the lot. Alright, so that is, or rather should I say, that was the whatchamacallit bar. Oh no. Very nice little chocolate bar, that. Let's say you've got, well, it's like it says here. You've got the chocolate, you've got the peanut flavour, or peanut butter flavour, I would say. The crisp section is, I'm going to just call it, it's Rice Krispies, or puffed rice, I think is the technical of it. It's Rice Krispies. And then the caramel's kind of a weak side of it, but if I'm honest, if you took it out, I don't really see what difference it would make. It's still really nice little chocolate bar, is that? And reasonable sized as well, which is unusual, because normally American stuff is bigger. I'm surprised there isn't a sort of a big share pack of this that you can get, but not that I saw. Oh, great. Well, I guess I'll finish on this camera, because the battery's just gone on the other camera, which is wonderful. So yeah, that is the whatchamacallit bar. Highly recommend if you can get a multi-pack of them. They're great to take for packed lunches, for example. Yeah, definitely have that again. Thank you for watching. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today, I think I'm going to regret this one. Yeah, I think I am going to regret this one. Alright, here we go, let's just get through this. So, what have we got here? Well, this is K-Woods or Cowoods. I'm going with K-Woods. Yep. Dry salted, skinless and boneless salt fish. I'll tell you before all else, I can smell this even in the packet. I picked this up from the supermarket and I could smell it. And I was walking around with it in my basket and I could still smell it. So, Lord knows what's going to happen when I open it. Now, this is the perfect Caribbean cuisine. Once this cured and salted fish has been bathed and soaked to dissipate excess salt, it will remain a good source of protein, low in fat and sugar-free. Naturally high in protein, low fat, sugar-free. Net weight 200 grams. Okay. Right, it says to peel the label. No. Okay, well, maybe I can't peel the bloody label. Bloody hell. That took a lot more effort than it should. Alright, here we go. So, if I can manage to undo this. Right. So, ingredients. Pollock, excellent, 99%, and the remaining 1% is salt. Excellent. I mean, it's saltfish, so that is precisely what I would expect. Allergy advice. For allergens, see ingredients in bold. And it says, fish. I mean, why are you buying saltfish if you're allergic to fish? The clue is in the name. Scientific name, Theragra chalcogramma, caught in the Pacific fishing gear trawls. I've literally never seen that before on a label telling me where the fish comes from and everything. It's caught in the Pacific, so that is across the pond and then some, is that. Alright, now, I thought you just took this out of the packet and ate it, but there's preparation instructions here. So, soak fish in a basin with cold water for 5 to 6 hours? This is a 10-minute video. Bloody hell. Change the water several times. The product will rehydrate and desalt. Cook to your recipe. Okay, right. So I need to put this in a bowl for 5 to 6 hours. It's 3:30 at the time of filming. Oh, right, okay. This is going to be a long-ass video then. It's going to be me sitting here for 5 to 6 hours. Okay, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll open it up and have a good look at it first, and then we'll do what it says. We'll soak it. It'll presumably then rehydrate. And I think what I'll do is I'll just cook it plain. Just have it as it comes, and we'll just see how well the fish does being completely dehydrated with salt and then rehydrated. Alright, let's do that then. Worth noting as well, if I turn this over, you can see it along there. I don't know if that's just a residual moisture in the fish or if there's something else been added to it, some sort of syrup, but I don't think somehow there's just salt and fish in here. Whatever. Let's open her up. Oh, wow, that's quite a big bit of fish. Honestly, I should look into these things more when I buy them, shouldn't I? I saw it, I thought it was just going to be like tiny little bits of fish, almost like fish jerky, and then just incredibly salty. But no, that is, yeah, there's a whole size bit of fish. I don't think this is cooked either. I think this has just been salted and dehydrated. Alright, we're not going to do a taste test straight out of the packet then, if that's the case. We're going to wait until it's cooked. Have a good... Interestingly, the smell is not nearly as strong as I thought it was going to be. But what smell there is oh. I'm not sure what that is. I don't know how to describe that. But it's not nice. I think it's just... I mean, it's fishy, but there's... I don't want to say it's off, because it's obviously not. It's well within date. But, yeah, this is... Yeah, I think it's just because of the way it's been dehydrated and salted. It reminds me a little of that squid jerky that I got. I don't think seafood reacts well to being dehydrated like this. I think it's a terrible idea. It's yeah. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, we're definitely not doing a taste test. I put a little bit on my tongue, it's just salt. Why do I do this? Right. Let's go and prepare this how we're supposed to.
You're not having any, Bella. Knock it off. Alright, so it didn't say, no, Bella, you're not having any. Knock it off. Right, so the instructions were actually a bit vague. It didn't say how much water to put them in, so I've just gone with a massive mixing bowl. It also said change the water several times, but didn't actually tell me how often. So I'm going to go with once an hour-ish until the 5 hours is up, and then we're going to try cooking it, I don't know, fry it or something like that. So for now, we're just going to dump all that lot in there. And we'll come back and check on it in an hour. It also said to keep it refrigerated, so it can go in this spare fridge here. This is just my spare fridge that I normally keep like work lunches and such like in. So, alright, okay Google, set a fish timer for 1 hour.
Sure, a 1 hour timer called fish. And we're starting now.
Look at all that mess in there. That's just juices from the fish when it was dehydrating and leftover salt. This better turn out good. Hour number 1 is up. Let's have a look. Okay. Doesn't really look any different. I mean, it's turned the water slightly yellow, but doesn't really look any different. Let's take it out and have a proper look. Alright, let's have a look. Oh, it has to be said, it is certainly a lot softer. Look at that. Bella thinks that she's getting food. Okay, it is certainly rehydrating. When I first took it out, it was all solid and dehydrated. Kind of like jerky, but it has... Bella! But it has certainly softened up a touch. Alright. Suppose the rest of it is doing the same as well. Most of the salt looks to have dissolved off it. And now that I've disturbed it, the water has turned really cloudy as well. Alright, let's change the water like I said I would. Come back in another hour. Alright, it's another hour down. Let's see what we've got. That looks pretty much the same as it did the last time. Fish is feeling even softer than the last time I was here. I thought this sort of white stuff on here was just salt, but I think it's maybe just where they've descaled it. You know, there's a bit of the skin left. I think it's safe to say it's reasonably rehydrated. The water, you're not really seeing it on the camera. It looks clearer on there than it does in real life. It's sort of a yellowy colour. Not as much as it was on hour 1 though. And there's less crud in the bottom. You can look in there. I think over the coming hours what we're going to see is this just getting clearer and clearer, and chances are by hour 5 or 6, if I decide to go to 6, the water will just be completely clear as we're done, and then we can cook this up. Alright, change the water and come back in another hour. Am I up to 3 hours now? Can't really remember. Right, well, it is... Oh, it's even softer than before. Feels almost like just a normal bit of fish now. There's still a little bit of, I wouldn't say jerkiness. So it feels like jerky in places, but yeah, it seems alright. And the water is clearer still. Alright, change the water, give it another hour. Hour number 4. How are we looking? It's looking good. Water's only slightly discoloured. Let's take it out. Yeah, it feels just like fish. Maybe a bit softer than normal fish. I've decided I'm not going to change the water on this occasion. We'll come back and check at hour number 5, see how it looks. I may go to 6 hours of soaking, or I may just leave it at 5 hours. I haven't quite decided yet. But back in an hour. Right, hour number 5, or was it 4? I've lost count now. No, I'm fairly sure it's 4. I mean, it's 9 o'clock at night, so I think it's 4 or 5. No, it's definitely 5. I tell you what, if it's 4, then I'll be back in a second announcing it's actually hour 5. If it's 5, then we're going to skip to the next stage. Let's assume it's 5 and say that is fully desalted. I have to say, it looks like they've expanded a bit to the pieces of fish. They certainly look quite flaky now as well. They're fully rehydrated. So what we're going to do, assuming it is hour 5 of course, is drain this, and I've decided I'm going to cook one, just pan fry it plainly and see what the fish is like just as it comes. And then the rest, I think what I'll do is attempt to, well, I'll cook some sort of Caribbean dish, see what we can make of it, see if it's any good, because, well, there's quite a lot of fish here. I don't see the point in wasting it all, so, yeah, let's get this drained and see what we can do with it.
Right, here we go. Let's get some cooking done. So, it is the following day. Here is our fish. Look at that. It's actually looking a lot nicer now. It looks almost fresh again. Still smells just as strong, although earlier, the other day rather, I could smell the salt. It's difficult to describe. Salt doesn't have that much of a smell, but yeah, I could smell it. But that's gone now, so I'm looking forward to this. I am going to fry the whole lot. Reason being, bit of a side note, I'm not going to have time to go out and get some proper Caribbean ingredients that I need for this. You only get like 2 days after desalting it to eat it before it goes off. So I'm going to cook the whole lot and just go out and buy another one. Right, let's preheat the pan. And I'm just going to cook this completely plain. No pepper, no salt, definitely no salt. Just a little bit of oil so it doesn't stick to my pan. Fry it till it's cooked, and then we'll take it back to the studio and eat it. Coat the whole pan. Lovely. Let that get nice and hot. Right, I'd say that's reasonably hot. Certainly a fair amount of heat coming off it. Should have used the bigger pan. Hopefully it'll shrink down. So the smell in here is strong. Ooh, this house is gonna stink. Yeah, it's 7:30. I really hope the smell dissipates by the time my partner gets home at 1:30. I have to say, coming home from a closing shift at 1:30, sometimes 2 o'clock in the morning, to a house that stinks of fish, yeah, they're not going to like me. There we go. Oh, look at that. It's starting to flake and break up. It's not bad. I tell you what, if this is nice, or if I can make something nice from it later, I've always wanted to have a go at salting meat. As in, get some pork or some beef, something like that, and smother it in salt like this was, to dry it out. And basically make salted pork.
The salted pork is particularly good.
Salted pork.
Oh. Now I'm going to give this a good length of time in the pan because I've never cooked this before. I mean, I've cooked fish before, obviously. That's fairly easy to tell when it's cooked, but that's fresh fish. This ain't fresh. It's salted. It's basically jerk fish. It's been dried out, so I want to make sure it's cooked through. I mean, I've eaten fresh fish that was out of date before, and I was perfectly fine, but this is another level. Interesting though, it's just flaking apart in places. Look there. Just make sure this larger fillet is fully cooked. Yeah, that's flaking apart nicely now as well, as fish does when it's cooked. Right. Right, back to the studio. Okie dokie then, let's have a look at what we have here. Well, I just kind of dumped it out of the pan, but see, we've got one reasonably large fillet. The rest of it's just kind of broken up on me. Never mind. But aside from the colour, and this is pollock. I don't often have pollock. I'm fairly sure it's not supposed to be brown, but I'm going to put that down to the dehydration process. But it's reasonably moist looking. It's not dried out. You can see it just sort of flakes apart because that's what fish is supposed to do when it's cooked. The smell has gone down somewhat now that it's cooked, although it's still quite pungent. All right, let's just start with this piece. Sniff test. Now it's cooked. It smells like any other bit of fish that you'll get in a nice restaurant. It's actually quite nice. Yeah. I can't say anything bad about the smell at all. Right. Moment of truth. Shove it in me gob. It's fish. Yeah. That is perfectly good fish. As good as you would expect from a chip shop. I was expecting it to be rather salty, but no, the saltiness has gone. Changing all that water over and over again really helped there. This is perfectly good fish. If I'm being perfectly honest, if it wasn't all broken up, you could batter this and serve it to me down my local chippy with some chips, and I'd eat it quite happily. Bit of curry sauce, job's a good one. Alright, that is nice. It said on the packet, skinless and boneless. No fillet of fish is ever completely boneless. It's just not possible. But the bones that are left are tiny, and it's just... There we go, there's one. But it's perfectly chewable, safe to swallow. Yeah, that's all there is to it. There are no large bones to worry about. Let's have another bite. Tell a lie. That's quite a big one. But that's the joy of eating fish. I'd say 50% of the time you get something that's supposed to be boneless, and it's not. So I've come to expect it from eating fish, and I still like it. It's a little greasy. I maybe overdid the oil in the pan, but I'm kind of keen for it not to stick. I'm going to get a chunk of the thick fillet, thickest piece of fish. I'm curious to know if we got the saltiness completely out of it. It's hard to say if I'm imagining it or not. There's maybe a slight hint of saltiness in that really thick piece of the fillet, but it's very, very slight, and I'll admit there's a good chance I'm just imagining it because I'm looking for it to be salty. But no, that's good, is that? Definitely. Right, so conclusions so far. There's going to be another set of conclusions for the next phase of cooking this stuff. Actually, not too bad. I can see how a lot of people will be put off by it. You know, you've got the smell, the amount of salt that's on it. If you're not familiar with salted stuff, then I can see how that can be off-putting, and it's such a strong fishy smell. And it's not the good kind of fish, like when you go down the fishmongers or something like that, or, you know, down to the docks when the boats are coming in. Be under no illusion, it's not fresh. It's not bad. It's dried, it is preserved, but I wouldn't call it fresh at all, really. But having tried it now, followed the instructions in the water bath, completely desalted it, rehydrated it, and properly cooked it, Not to toot my own trumpet here, but I've cooked this perfectly. It's actually a nice bit of fish. Yeah, it flakes nicely. I can chew it with my tongue, no teeth required. Skinless, yes. Boneless, no, it's not. So maybe not suitable for children, at least not very young children or ones that get squeamish about having bones in their food. But if you like fish, get it. I can't remember how much it was to buy, but it wasn't very expensive. Yeah, if you want to try something new and you like fish, definitely have this. Right, back in a minute. Well, from my point of view, 2 days, and we're going to try and cook this Caribbean style, and if I've got the patience, that is, try and make fish and chips with it, or at least battered fish. I might not bother with the chips, but yeah. Alright, back in a minute. May as well, since I'm here, let's do the canine test. Find a bit that definitely ain't got bones in. Oh, there's a bit, I'll have that bit. Bella, down. Look at this animal. Get down. Get off. Right. That bit. Right, over here. Sit. Alright, Archer. He likes it. Okay, let's try Bella. Look, nearly having my fingers off. Right, Muffin, you're being patient. Good girl. Now, Muffin almost always sniffs treats before I hand them over to her. There she just took it straight off me. I think they like it. Let's try a bit. Let's try again. Oh, you're watching me, aren't you, Bella? Look at those fucking ears. Right. Then do you want that bit? There you go. Good girl. Alright, Archer, it's coming. It's coming. Oh, bloody hell. Fingers, Archer. Right. Muffin, good girl. Archer! Muffin. Stop being a git. Right, that's it. Go on then. There you go. Right, definitely canine approved. So they can't get enough of it. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. A little bit of a new direction for the series this time. We're down in the kitchen instead of up in the studio. And we're doing saltfish again. Right, here we go. So, following on from the last episode where we looked entirely at this saltfish here, what we're going to be doing is making a proper, authentic, or as authentic as it can be, filmed in England in the winter, Caribbean dish with this saltfish. I've got 2 packets of it, because I really liked it last time. Found a recipe I like the look of online. And yeah, we're just going to cook it and see how it goes. Oh, the recipe I found, this is from BBC Good Food. It's ackee and saltfish. By the way, I apologise if I pronounce some of these ingredients wrong. As always, I am a filthy monolingual.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
I like this. Prep time 20 minutes. Well, it's not. It's like 5 hours with this stuff, but you know, whatever. It's easy, good, and serves 4 to 6. Okay. Cook a traditional Jamaican dish, ackee and salted cod, well, close enough, for a hearty brunch with peppers, tomato and garlic alongside the ackee fruit. It's full of flavour. Excellent. Also gluten-free. Fantastic. And, oh yeah, I'll put the nutritional values on screen as I go through the ingredients. 600 grams of boneless salted cod. I've only got 400 of skinless and boneless saltfish, but yeah, close enough. 2 tablespoons of vegetable oil. I thought I had vegetable oil. I don't have sunflower oil, but it'll have to do. 1 medium onion. It doesn't say what size medium is, so I got that. I'd call it large. Whatever. 4 garlic cloves. 3 spring onions. 1 Scotch bonnet pepper, de-seeded and finely chopped. They didn't sell just one, so I've got a packet of them. 1 teaspoon of dried thyme. I thought I had dried thyme, but I got fresh anyway, just in case, because, I mean, surely this is better, but whatever. Now, I'm also supposed to have 1 teaspoon of ground pimento, brackets allspice. I thought I had some of that in my vast pile of herbs and spices that hardly ever get used. But apparently I don't, so I'll try and go out and get some whilst I'm soaking the saltfish, but I may also just completely forget. But never mind, we'll carry on. Half a red pepper, half a green pepper, 1 large tomato. They had 3 large tomatoes at the shop and they were all manky and horrible, so we've got 6 medium-sized ones. And then we also have 2 540 gram cans of Ackies. Now these were £6 each, so this better be fucking good. Right, that's everything we need, except the allspice, which I may or may not go and get in a bit. First thing we need to do, desalt the fish. Now, the recipe says to put the salt fish in a pot, cover with cold water, bring to the boil for 5 minutes, and then add fresh cold water to cover and repeat until you're happy that the saltiness has gone. I'm not sure I want to do it that way because the instructions on this do clearly say that you have to soak it in cold water, repeat for up to 5 hours, and it worked really well the first time. So we're going to do it the slow way, the 5-hour way. It is 11 o'clock in the morning, starting filming this, so by the time we've done that and prepped it, about dinner time. Excellent. Welcome back. It has been 3 hours. Yeah, but no, well, about 4 hours, 4 and a bit hours, between 3 and 4 hours. Don't really recall. So we are now at the stage where we need to boil the fish. So we're going to put that on. For some reason, my hobs always appear purple on the camera. Oh no, that one's appearing to be red this time. It's mugging me off. Whatever. Right, put that on there. And we're just going to dump this in here. Will it all fit? That is the question. Probably not, knowing my luck. Well, just about. We might have to pour some of that away. Should have got a bigger pan. That'll do. There's a good amount of fish in there. Bring that to the boil. Meanwhile, I should have done this off camera, but I need to chop up my vegetables. So we need, start with the onion, finally chop it. Fucking hate chopping onions. Probably more than enough onion, and it's nowhere near finely chopped. But A, I hate chopping onions, and B, I generally like my food to be chunky, so fuck it, that's good enough. Garlic cloves. Now the recipe calls for 4 garlic cloves, also finely chopped. I really like garlic, so 4 is about 8. Yeah, you know what, fuck it, let's just use the whole garlic. I couldn't buy a single garlic bulb at the shop, I had to buy 4, so balls to using the whole fucking thing. Also, I know it says finely chopped, but I'm using a garlic press because it's better. Ah, good, the fish is slowly coming to the boil as well. Garlic done. Give the fish a bit of a poke and a stir. Oh, and get it all over the hob, Stuart. Good job. Onions, spring onions. More fucking onion. I've got way too much fucking onion in this. My God, my farts are gonna stink in the morning. Right, calls for 3 of these. Let's pick the 3 biggest, shall we? Yeah, there we go. Oh, fuck it. Fucking hell. Right, turn that down. Right, off the heat for a moment. Just clean this fucking hob as well. Right, spring onions done. Oh Jesus, the Scotch bonnet. Right, okay. That one looks a bit fucked. Yeah, let's use that one. This is the bit where I do this perfectly, then forget to wash my hands and touch my face or my bollocks and drop dead live on YouTube. Or something like that anyway. Right, what's next? I'll do the peppers. We'll do these on the other chopping board because this one's full now. Right, so half a green, half a red. I'd say that's about half. Get that shite out the middle. Now I am sticking to the quantity listed for the peppers, and the reason being is, it's not that I dislike peppers, I just find that they generally don't contribute much to a dish. I don't know what it is, but I find that all they really do is contribute a small amount of odd flavour and water. So generally I don't add them to my food, unless it's something like this where I'm following a recipe, and even then I sometimes leave them out. But I'm already missing one ingredient from this, so I may as well at least try and do the rest somewhat properly. Right, that's the peppers. Now we'll best chop the tomato as well. I think we'll chop 2 of these. There we go. Right, next. Next part of the process involves a large frying pan. That'll do. Put it on a high heat. Bit of oil. I'm not measuring out the fucking oil. It's about that much. Once the oil is hot, turn it to a low medium. Add the onion, garlic, spring onions and Scotch bonnets and cook until soft. Fairly sure I can manage that. Right, whilst that's heating up, I shall drain the fish. Look at that, that's looking nice, is that? Yeah. Let's taste a little piece. That tastes nice as well. I should have boiled it last time rather than fried it. It's still the same white colour, or whitish yellow. Last time it turned a sort of yellowy brown. It's very nice. Don't think I've ever boiled fish before. Right, I'd say that's pretty hot. Right, let's add in the onion. Yeah, that sounds hot enough. That's probably way too much onion. Never mind. And there's no such thing as too much garlic. And that's probably about the right amount of spring onion. And I'll let you know tomorrow when I've been for a shit if that's the right amount of Scotch bonnet. And cook for around 5 to 7 minutes until soft. I'm not going to time it because, again, I don't believe in cooking being a science. I believe in it being an art. Granted, it's an art I'm not very good at, but yeah, timing shit, yeah, can't be fucked with that. Alright, so the onions are reducing down nicely there actually, so perhaps not the worst choice of onion in the world. Maybe I have just the right amount. Maybe I'm lucky. Good job, I like onions. It has to be said, I love the smell of cooking onions and garlic. It's just fantastic. Whenever I'm cooking something, if the recipe calls for, say, 2 cloves of garlic. It gets like 4. It's all it calls for 4 cloves of garlic. I just put the whole fucking bulb in. I love garlic. There is no such thing as too much garlic. If anyone says that there is such a thing as too much garlic, you're wrong. It's just as simple as that. You are wrong by default. Right, I'd say that's nice and soft. That's what we like. Now, add the fish. Oh, there we go. Let's break it up so it flakes nicely. That's what we want it to do. That's flaking up nicely. That is looking good. I'm liking this. Battery's going on the camera, but it's looking good. Wang in the peppers. And the tomato. Make sure to get everything in, all the pulp and everything. Tomatoes adding some much needed moisture to this dish. Turn the heat down a touch, and what we'll do is we'll open the ackee, and then that's the last thing to go in. Pan's getting rather full now. Look at that. Alright. Drain that out. I'm not entirely sure what ackee is. I should probably look it up at some point, but I'm not doing it right now. It says I have to gently fold this in so that it doesn't get mushy. I perhaps should have used a bigger pan, but never mind. Oh, this is way too much food for this pan. It's alright, I can work with it. We shall persevere. I perhaps should have used my wok or giant saucepan. I'm just going to leave that like that. Yeah, I'm assuming this ackee reduces down. I don't know. I'll find out in a few minutes, I suppose. Let's have a look at this on the ackee. Caribbean choice ackees in salted water. Ackee fruit has a delicious taste and soft, delicate texture which resembles that of scrambled eggs. I suppose it does look a bit like scrambled egg, actually. Traditionally treated as a vegetable in cooking, ackee is an essential ingredient in the preparation of Jamaica's national dish of ackee and saltfish, which is what we're making now. Look at that. Oh, there goes one camera. Alright, we'll make do with this one. Battery's gone, I should have charged. And preparation of Jamaica's national dish of ackee and saltfish, where it is cooked with flaked salted cod and aromatic herbs and spices. Serve as a delicious side dish or with fried plantain and dumplings as part of a healthy breakfast. I could have this stuff for breakfast. Hope I can find it cheaper somewhere. £6 a can. Fuck me, I felt ill buying that. Oh, fuck it out, it's going everywhere. Right, I'm just going to make sure it's all folded in and mixed up nicely, and then it's piping hot throughout, because I don't want to eat it cold. Right, this is a fuck ton of food, but let's eat. Now I have to say, this does actually look, at least vaguely, like it does in the picture. Have a look at that. That's not half bad, isn't that? Battery's going on this camera now, so let's tuck in, get a big gob full, and see what it tastes like. Do you know, that's alright actually. I think because I didn't have enough fish, that has perhaps been lost somewhat, but it's still there, and I'd say after a couple of mouthfuls it's still the primary flavour, which is pretty good. It's a good mixture of textures. We've got the softness of the ackee here, and it is very soft. They're not joking when they say it's like scrambled egg. You've got the spiciness from that Scotch bonnet coming through. The tomato and the peppers are keeping everything moist because it was looking a bit dry at one point. But the bell peppers are still adding a bit of crunch to it as well because everything else is soft. The onions have softened, obviously the fish has flaked away. It's nice, it's a good mix of flavours too. But yeah, you get the onions and the garlic coming through. The ackee, I'll be honest, doesn't taste of much. I'll just get a mouthful of just that. I have to say, it doesn't really impart much flavour. I don't know what to say about that. There's no real flavour to it. Just get just that, get another mouthful of it. I feel like that is perhaps just bulking this dish out. I can't really taste much coming through from there. It may be that it just has a very delicate flavour and it's been overwhelmed by everything else that's in here, namely the fish and the chilli, but I get the feeling it's maybe just been used to bulk this dish out in the same way that you would add potato to a dish or something like that. It gives it substance, but whatever, that's fine. That is nice. That is very nice. The recipe said to add black pepper, but because I'm too cheap to have wireless microphones, I couldn't reach it without moving the camera. I don't think I need it. I'll put some on anyway. Now the other camera's died on me. Never mind. I'm looking real professional here, aren't I? Let's have another mouthful. See, that looks to be mostly ackee and onion in there, so... yeah, same again. The fish is the primary flavour. You have the heat more towards the back of your mouth from that Scotch bonnet, and the rest of it's adding texture. I can taste the garlic, but that's probably because I put like 10 times what it asked for. This is really nice as well. Nice and moist as well. I was worried at one point that it was going to be really dry, but adding the tomatoes and the bell peppers has really sorted that out. And I think the ackee imparted a lot of water into it as to boot. Let's have another mouthful. Yeah, that fish imparts so much flavour. I can't see any large pieces of fish in here. It's almost all completely flaked away and broken up. But the flavour is still there. I can see perhaps a little bit there. I think that's fish. Yeah, it's almost completely just, I suppose you could say, dissolved into the dish. And it's gone, but the flavour of it's still there, which is good. Right. Well, I hope you've enjoyed this. I'm trying to take this series in a slightly different direction rather than just looking at stuff up in the office and eating it and talking about it. Occasionally I'll do more adventurous things like this. I cook a lot and I do enjoy making, new dishes, or rather things that I haven't tried before, I should say. I've never really ventured into Caribbean food, but for a start, this is nice. I think I shall definitely do some more like this in the future. That's when I'm not getting drunk and eating tackies on the series. That's probably going to be most of it. But never mind. Where I get the opportunity, I will do this. So, thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this bonus round or bonus episode, and I shall see you next time. Right, I'm just cleaning up the kitchen because, well, look at the fucking state of it. And I just realised something. I completely missed the step where you put the thyme in. What the fuck is wrong with me? Stuart, you fucking idiot. Fortunately, I have enough ingredients to make this again. Well, I don't. I need some more saltfish, some more ackee. I might just buy one tin this time because it's expensive. And I'm going to have to make it again. I mean, it's fucking delicious, so I don't mind, but I'm quite annoyed with myself there. Right, back to the shops. Also, I thought I'd wash my hands well enough, but then I rubbed my eye, and it's burning from that Scotch bonnet. Fuck's sake. No, I can't. I'm dying. Why did I choose to do fucking food content? Why not stick to something safe like motorbikes? Fuck's sake. Alright, let's try again. Take 2. So, the fish is boiling. It's probably overboiled now because just as I was about to record this segment, I got a phone call asking me how satisfied I was with a recent power cut.
give the engineers 10 out of 10 because they're just hard-working people, and if I give them any less, that's just a stick for their bosses to beat them with. That's literally the only reason such surveys exist. So yeah, always give 10 out of 10. Fish is boiling. Ingredients are prepped. I will try and remember to add the thyme this time. I have managed to get some ground allspice or ground pimento berries this time. Excellent. I have remembered to wash my hands after chopping the chili, and we've only got 1 tin of Akis this time. 2 reasons for that. One is it's £6 a tin. Also, there was a lot of food last time, and as far as I could tell, these just bulk it out, so I don't need that much. So 1 will do. Right, I'm not going to go through all the detail of cooking all this like I did last time, because you've already seen it once. I'm just going to do it, time-lapse it, tell you what it tastes like.
First things first, I thought using 1 tin of Akis would make it smaller, but this is still a massive amount of food. I mean, yesterday I had 2 bowls. This is all of it, and there's only 1 bowl, so I suppose I have halved it. But this is still a lot of food here. Yeah, they're not joking on the recipe when they say it serves 4 to 8. First impressions, though, it's a different colour. Yeah, it's certainly it's browner than it was before. I don't think I've spent as long cooking it this time round, but that may just be that I prepped all the ingredients beforehand and I knew what I was doing this time. Whatever. As I was cooking it, as I mentioned, far more fragrant. This kitchen stinks now, mainly of thyme and the allspice, as well as what we had before, the fish and such like. But yeah, I'm right looking forward to this. There's not much else to say. Let's just dig in, straight at the top. Okay, I was expecting more than that. I was really hoping that remembering to add the allspice and the thyme would make a huge difference. It's made a big difference to the smell. Taste isn't really that different, if I'm perfectly honest. It's somehow spicier than yesterday as well, even though I swear I used a smaller chili this time round. Whatever, let's try again. I'm going to say the flavour is stronger, but broadly the same. A bit disappointing, but never mind. Let's have a dig around, see if we can find a large bit of fish or something like that. I'm going to say, let's get a bit of ackee in here as well. I'm going to say though, we're going to have 1 more mouthful before I say it for definite, but I think that's going to be the conclusion. It's pretty much the same as yesterday. The ackee is the same. It has the texture slightly firmer than scrambled eggs. It looks like scrambled egg. It doesn't really impart any flavour at all that I can tell. Even when I tried it straight out of the can, it didn't really taste of anything. Alright, that mouthful had quite a bit of fish in it. I think what's perhaps happened is it's added more flavour to the fish. The fish flavour hasn't diminished, but there's just more to it. It's more complex, but still the overwhelming flavour is the fish. which is good because I like fish. Alright, that mouthful I can taste the thyme. Maybe what I need to do is get some of the moisture off the bottom of the bowl. There we go. Alright, the thyme's starting to come through now. I've had a good few gobfuls of it. Oh, by the way, the weird noises you can hear in the background. I've left Revenge of the Sith on in the other room and I just can't be fucked to get up and turn it off. Well, actually I forgot before I started filming, but now that I'm eating, I may as well. You watch, they'll go and fucking copyright claim me now, won't they? Fucking Disney. And I don't care what anyone says, I like the prequels. I might do a video on why I like them at some point. It's actually quite an interesting theory that involves James Bond. There we go. Right, another gobful. That's nice as that. Right, let's conclude again. Saltfish stew, or saltfish and ackee stew. I think on one side it was called ackee saltfish stew. I don't know. This thing that I'm eating now, if you like fish, very good. Quite spicy. The idea is that the tomatoes and the peppers balance out the Scotch bonnet. So if you're not a big fan of it, maybe decrease one and increase the other. Or if you want it spicy, you go the other way. Or you could leave the Scotch bonnet out completely. Don't recommend that though, because then it's probably just going to be quite bland. But you know what? Some people like it. I'm generally not friends with those people, but you know, whatever, they do exist out there. Does it make me think of the Caribbean? Yeah, I'd say it does actually. Yeah, it's quite nice. I can picture myself getting something like this served to me if I was in a Caribbean restaurant or something like that. Would I recommend it? Yeah, definitely. I always recommend stuff like this. I mean, the fish, as we found out in the original saltfish episode, once you've desalted it and cooked it, it's just fish. So yeah, if you like fish, you'll like this. The ackee, I mean, if you want it to be authentic Caribbean, then it needs to be there. Although I could rant for hours about people going on about whether or not it's authentic enough. I've cooked this in January in England. How authentic can it be? Really? Whatever. But yeah, if you want to try something new, give it a go. The only bit I would maybe change if you wanted to is the ackee. You could probably swap that out for some potato, make yourself a nice potato and fish stew, but that's just me. Maybe I'll try that for another day. Anyway, we're going to call that it because all this cooking has reminded me that I've barely eaten today, so I'm going to stuff my face with this, and I will see you in the next episode. Thank you for watching. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Now, after last month's encounter with some Caribbean saltfish, I could really do with a nice drink just to wash it all down. Let's hope I don't regret this. So, what have I got here? We're in Spain this time. This is a Flavita, or Flavita? I'm going Flavita. Basil seed drink, mango flavour. And you can see the basil seeds suspended in it. These sort of black dots. What's interesting is you give it a shake and the distribution of them doesn't change. They are almost perfectly suspended in it. It must be quite a viscous drink that we've got in here. Now, in terms of being across the pond, like I said, this is Spanish. It is made for a company here in the UK, but it is of Spanish origin, so I'm going to say it counts. Either way, I mean, it's my YouTube channel, so, you know, what I say goes.
Disgusting!
But being of European origin, of course, we don't have the American Freedom Units. We've got 290 millilitres of drink here. Now we'll have a quick look at the label. This company, it turns out, are on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or whatever it's called nowadays. Right, so ingredients: water. It's fairly standard for a drink. Basil seeds, 15%, really? I know there's a lot of basil seeds in there, but I didn't think they'd make up 15% of the contents, but okay. Right. Sugar, acidity regulator, citric acid, that's fairly standard with fruit-based drinks. Mango flavouring, gelling agent. That explains why the seeds are so well suspended in it. It's basically a gel that's in here. Sweetener, which is sucralose. Colours, which is tetrazine and sunset yellow. Warning, may have an adverse effect on activity and attention in children. Not suitable for children under 3 years. Okay, so it makes them hyperactive, I'm guessing. Must have a lot of frigging sugar in this. Although I don't fully subscribe to the idea that sugar really affects children as much as you think it does. It's more about their environment. But that's way off topic. Oh yeah, and then it's just the same again in Spanish, but being a monolingual, I have no idea if they are the same. Let's assume they are.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
Right, well, there's not much else to see on the outside other than, well, it's got a really long best before date. But anyway, let's open her up and see what's inside. So I'm going to use my Stella Artois glass, because it's about the only glass I have that's large enough for all this and is clear. Just about everything it seems I own is frosted, which won't do. Right, so let's open this up. I don't believe it's carbonated. No, it's not. That is coming out in lumps. I hate lumps in my drinks. If it's orange juice, it's got to be smooth. I just can't stand it. Oh, dearie me. I think you've overdone the gelling agent, guys. I mean, I can see some of it left in the glass, in the bottle rather. Oh, just bits of stuff left over. Oh, right, okay. What have we got here? So, well, I have no idea if this is going to come across on the camera very well. But you can see as I roll it around, it's leaving stuff on the side of the glass. This is a really viscous liquid. Right, let's give it a sniff test. Well, it passes the sniff test. That is a very strong mango smell. Not really getting any basil through though, which surprises me considering 15% of the contents are basil seeds, but whatever. I mean, I don't really have the best sense of smell, but I'm not getting any hint of basil there. It's all mango. So, right, psych myself up, let's give it a taste. I don't normally talk about texture when I do drinks, but somehow I think I'm going to be for this one. Right. Okay. Interesting. Flavour-wise, that's not too bad. It's a bit bland, considering the smell that's coming off it. I was expecting quite a strong flavour, but first few seconds it's only very faint, and then it sort of builds on you later. But yeah, that's not too bad actually. It does, however, have a texture to it. It is a thick liquid that I'm drinking here. It's kind of like soup. There is bits in it, and you can chew them. I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever drunk, but I don't normally chew my drinks. So, let's have another swig. I think it's those basil seeds. You could see them in the bottle. You can't see them so much now in the glass. But they have like a weird, it's like a membrane around them, like they've started to grow and then given up or something. It reminds me of those bubble teas that my partner's so fond of. I think they're minging. That's what it reminds me of. Tell you what though, I don't know if it's because I'm maybe a bit dehydrated or what, but I want to keep drinking it. Oh yeah, that is what it is. I can see them on my fingers. Managed to fish some out of the glass. It is the basil seeds, now that you see them. The black bit is the seed, I know, because I've planted basil before and grown it. It's whatever's grown around it as well that I'm eating. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Right, one more swig and we'll do conclusions. That was the Flavita Basil Seed Drink, mango flavour. I have to be honest, not to my liking. Not at all. The flavour is nice enough, it's a mango drink. But look at the side of this glass now. I don't know if it's that gelling agent that I mentioned, but Yeah, it's just sticking to the glass. It's like drinking a gel. And those seeds, if they were just seeds and they were sort of crunchy, I think it'd be alright. But I don't know if that's intentional or not, but they're sort of wrapped in this sort of weird jelly-like substance. It's a bit strange to talk about texture when it's a drink, but this has a texture to it and it's ruining the overall experience for me. Honestly, would I recommend it? Yes, I suppose. I'd say try it. I'm always going to say try it, because that's the whole point of this series, is to try new things. But it has to be said, I would certainly describe what it's like beforehand, and I'd probably find myself talking you out of it. I would say, what if I added some ice to it, or kept this in the fridge for a long time, but I had the feeling with that gelling agent it'd just get worse, so I don't really want to do that. Yeah, I'm going to give it... You know what, I'm going to give it 5 out of 10. It tastes nice enough, but they need to work on that texture. It does not need to be a goop. You need to knock that off, guys. Yeah. Alright, so that was Flavita Basil Seeds Drink, mango flavour. Quite a simple product and quite a short video. Yeah, there's plenty of other drinks out there. There are plenty of them from across the pond as well. You don't need to buy this. No. Oh, yeah. Alright, thank you for watching. It is made for a company here in the UK, but it is of Spanish origin, so I'm going to say it counts. Either way, I mean, it's my YouTube channel, so, you know, what I say goes.
Disgusting!
But being of European origin, of course, we don't have the American Freedom Units. We've got 290 millilitres. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Now, after last month's drink, which I didn't finish in the end, it went down the sink. I couldn't stomach it. I'm feeling like a bit of a snack to cheer me up. I think I'll eat this turtle. Alright, don't panic, I'm not actually eating a turtle. I don't even know where I would buy a turtle from. I mean, you can't eat them anymore. Anyway, so this is a turtle bar, or, well, it says turtles, plural, and by the feel of it, there is 3 things in it. I imagine they're called turtles because of the shape of them. As you can see here, they look to be vaguely turtle shaped. So this is an original pecan, which I'm guessing means original flavour. So yeah, pecan flavoured thing. The original caramel nut cluster, made with USA grown pecans, or pecans as some people call them. Classically crafted since 1916. Right, okay, this sounds good actually. Net weight 1.76 freedom units. Ah yes, there's there 3 pieces. Yes, 3 chocolatey things inside. Alright. This does look quite traditional actually, doesn't it? Look at that. I mean, I don't know what it is. I mean, obviously it's in a modern plastic packet and everything, but I can picture that being pretty much what it looked like when it came out in 1916, except maybe for this graphic here. I bet it was this sort of white and gold with the red through it and just, yeah, called turtles. Yeah, I might be completely wrong. Who knows? So, nutritional information I'll put along the top this time. And the ingredients are milk chocolate. Lovely. Sugar, cocoa... sugar... let's start again. Ingredients are milk chocolate comprised of sugar, cocoa butter, chocolate, non-fat milk, butter oil, lactose, soy lecithin, which is an emulsifier, vanillin, and salt. Okay, yeah, suppose you get salt in chocolate. Okay. Pecans or pecans, corn syrup, because America, sugar, palm oil, non-fat milk, butter oil, and less than 1% of sodium caseinate, no idea. More salt, natural and artificial flavours, and caramel colour. So not actual caramel in this, just caramel colour. Okay. Right, contains bioengineered food ingredients. Oh, I wonder if it'll give me superpowers. Possibly.
They love me.
Yeah, alright, okay. Let's open her up, see what's inside. Ooh, this looks interesting. Oh, look at that. I suppose they do look vaguely like turtles. This one's got a bit of a birth defect to it, but that one's not too bad. And that one's, yeah, almost turtle-shaped. Look at that. Okay, right. Well, fairly standard chocolate confectionery items. Interesting, some of the milk fat has already come to the top, even though I've only had this literally a day at the time of filming. It's a bit rough around the edges, but that's fine. I'm going to stuff it in my gob and chew it anyway. Give it a sniff test. Alright, that is chocolate, obviously, but not regular chocolate. A couple of months back I did the whatchamacallit bar. That just smelled like generic chocolate. This smells like the Kinder Surprise eggs that you can get. Well, I think I heard a rumour that you can't actually get those in America where this is from. Because, I don't know, people were shooting each other over them probably or something like that. I don't know, it's America. What do you expect? But anyone from the UK that has tried a Kinder Egg or Kinder Surprise Egg or whatever the hell they're called now will know they do have a certain smell to them, the chocolate in them. I think because they're aimed at kids, maybe they're extra sweet. We'll find out in a minute when I taste it. But they smell exactly like that. It's either that or the inside of a Cadbury's cream egg. Actually, yeah, I'm going to change. Yes, I'm going to change my mind. They smell like the inside of a Cadbury's cream egg, definitely. Now I'm hoping they're going to taste like them, but somehow I don't think they are, because you don't get pecan pecans in Cadbury's cream egg. But whatever. Alright, let's give it a taste. Yeah, I was right, that tastes nothing like a cream egg. It only smells like one. I like that though. So you can see there are your pecan nuts. They are, well, they're quite large chunks. They may not be completely whole, but you get a fair amount of nuttiness in there. You can just see along the top where I'm bitten into it, you have the caramel that isn't caramel because it doesn't actually contain caramel. It's just caramel flavour or whatever it was that it said. But all in all, that's yeah, that's nice. Is that they're a reasonably simple product by the looks of it. There's nothing else to it. It's just nuts, caramel and chocolate stuck together. It's nice though, I have to say. The chocolate, nothing to write home about. It's fairly standard chocolate. You could just buy a bar from the supermarket and get exactly this. You don't even need to buy the expensive stuff. You could just buy Store's own brand chocolate and get it. The nuts are the nuts, and the caramel is, well, besides not really being caramel, tastes just like caramel, looks like caramel. I'm going to call it caramel. Yeah, this is, well, it's the sum of its parts, really. It's just three fairly generic ingredients stuck together. I mean, if it's been unchanged since 1916, that kind of makes sense. But it's nice. It's a nice little snack. It's not too fancy. It hasn't got too many silly ingredients. I mean, you can basically boil it down to three things. I know it lists a lot more on the packaging, but it has to. It's basically chocolate, nuts and caramel. Stick them together, stick them in a packet, make people eat them. Can't complain. I'm going to stuff this one in whole now. I don't know what it is, but they remind me of Christmas. I think it's the nuts. When I was growing up, we always had a big bowl of nuts in the house around Christmas time. Because it seemed to be in season at the supermarket. You could buy like a big kilo bag of mixed nuts. Yeah, I always like the pecans. But yeah, that's what they remind me of. If you could get like a big bag of these, instead of just 3 at a time, I think they'd make a great little Christmas Day snack with those. Yeah, they're good at those. Alright, let's do conclusions. Right, conclusions. Fairly simple, really. It's a nice product. There's nothing about it really jumps out at me. Like I said, it's fairly generic chocolate. The nuts are the nuts, and the caramel it's caramel. That's about all there is to it. There's 3 things gone into making this. Fairly simple product, fairly simply manufactured. As you can see, they don't mind it being a bit rough and ready around the edges, a bit misshapen. Part of the charm, you could say. There's not a lot to say about it, really. I'm going to quickly cut one in half so you can have a proper cross-section look. There you go, that's what you're looking at, that's what you're biting into. Chocolate, nuts, caramel. That's all there is to it. And it's a nice product. It's fairly unremarkable. It's just a nice thing to eat. Yeah, if you see it, I highly recommend you get it. Obviously not if you're allergic to nuts, but otherwise, yeah, get it and eat it. Putting this in my face now, and thank you for watching. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Now, my partner recently got back from a trip to Estonia. And they brought me a few goodies as well. Let's have a look at these. Alrighty then, so these are... do I even try and pronounce what it says there? Look, it goes... Mahe? Something? Matsemaja marmalade. Okay. Yeah.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
I'm not even going to try. So it says here, rowan berry, whatever one of them is, cranberry and blueberry marmalade, which I'm guessing is what marmalade is here, but that's for the rest of it. Who knows? Overleaf, it has these are glutinivaba, which I'm guessing perhaps means gluten-free. GMO Vaba, which if that is gluten-free, then that must be GMO-free as well. Vegan food. Ah, there we go, look, so suitable for vegans. And, oh, it says here, Estonian food. These are genuine Estonian treats, sweets. Okay. Right, nutritional information appears to be only in Estonian on here, so I'll put it on the screen, but can't help you with what it says. Ingredients, however, are in English. Ingredients are water, beet sugar, glucose syrup, rowan berry, blueberry and cranberry puree, 3.3%, acidity regulator, citric acid, see that a lot actually, gelling agent, agar, and oh, what does that word say? What is even that?
What the hell is even that?
You know what, no, I'll put it on the screen, but no, I'm not even going to attempt that. Right, but there seems to be a fairly simple product. Water, sugar, glucose and flavouring and a few other things to make them hold their shape and not go completely manky. Seems fair enough. They look to be some sort of like gummy sweets inside. I'm going with 3 flavours, rowan berry, cranberry and blueberry. But yeah, well, let's open her up and have a look. There we go. Right, okay, so there's 3 distinct colours here. A yellowy orange, a sort of cherry red, and then we have a slightly darker orange over here. I think I've got more of this colour than I have the other 2, especially these yellow ones, but as we said, these are really sticky as well. Whatever they've been covered in, that syrup or whatever, it's, yeah, this is going to be a messy episode from my end. Right, well, yeah, they are pretty much what I expected them to be. Well, I could tell looking at them and feeling them through the packet, but they're kind of like little jellies. I mean, they're quite firm, but you can squish them with your hand, look, and then, oh, you get really bloody sticky. So we've got 3 distinct flavours here, or at least 3 colours, which is what I was expecting. Let's have a sniff of each of them. We'll start with this one. Okay, it smells, I suppose, like fruity marmalade. Let's try the next one. That smells pretty much the same. Let's try the last one. That smells pretty much the same again, maybe a little bit more like marmalade as I remember it, but it has to be said, they don't really have that much of a smell to them. Like, at all, really. I'm trying to pack it. Interestingly, the packaging has more of a smell to it than the actual product, but it's still quite faint. I don't have the best sense of smell, but still. Yeah, alright. Well, I've already talked about what looks like the texture. It's sort of a weird gel type thing. I suppose you could say they're like jelly babies. That's what they are. They're not proper jelly. They're a bit more solid than jelly, but yeah, they're just like jelly babies, but without the powder coating. Alright, let's do flavour. Start with this one, like we did earlier. That's nice, is that? They weren't joking about it being marmalade. Yeah, as good as that. I'd say, and I may change my mind as I try the other two, I'd say that's the rowan berry. Yeah, that is quite nice. I'll try one more. Yeah, they are, I'd say, just like the inside of a jelly baby. Just the inside bit only, because I know jelly babies have a sort of, I don't know what you'd call it, a crust on them. But yeah, that's exactly what it is texture-wise. You know, quite soft and squishy, but not quite to the point that I would call it jelly. They're a bit firmer than jelly, because I can't stand jelly, it's minging. But yeah, definitely a strong marmalade type flavour coming through. Alright, let's try the next one. That one's more fruity. That one's, yeah, less like marmalade and more just like regular fruit. It's still nice, but it is different. Have another one just to be sure. Yeah, definitely fruit rather than marmalade. Okay, next one. Yeah, that's the same. Fruity, but I wouldn't call it marmalade flavoured. That, interestingly, those I'd say taste more like the blueberries. Yeah, let's just try again. Yeah, I'm going to say those are blueberry. Let's try these. Those remind me of cranberry, which makes sense. Cranberries are sort of a dark red colour, so that makes sense for the colour. Which means these must be the rowan berries, which is what I thought they were originally. Yeah, I think that's it. Rowan berry, cranberry, blueberry. And I can only assume that blueberries are cheaper because I've got a lot more of those than I have these others. They're alright, are those? The texture I'm not too sure of. I'd say they're halfway between jelly and jelly babies. They're sort of not quite either one. They have a nice flavour, but I'm not too keen on the texture. And they have a lingering taste to them. It's fruit, but it's like old fruit. It's there. Yeah, not sure. I think it's all that syrup on the outside of them. Try one more, just to be sure. Yeah, they are quite fruity. Only these ones here actually remind me of marmalade at all. These are just fruit flavoured sweets. I don't think you need all that syrup or goop or whatever this sticky stuff is on the outside of them. That's just, you could just do them plain and they'd be alright. It's weird. I'm not enjoying them, but I want to just keep eating them. I wonder what's actually in them. Bloody hell. Right. Let's do a finger lick and we'll see what this stuff is that's on my fingers. It has no flavour whatsoever. I think it's purely there to make it sticky. Yeah, okay. They obviously have very different tastes over in Estonia. Okay, so conclusions on these things. Yes, these marmalade sweets. Nice flavour. I especially like these ones. They certainly do taste of marmalade, but the texture and whatever that sticky stuff is, it's weird. The sticky stuff has no flavour to it, but it somehow feels like it's ruining everything. It's just making them not very nice to eat. If I was designing this product, I would keep the flavour, absolutely, but I'd make these a hard sweet, like a hard boiled sweet. I think that would be really nice. But I'm not liking whatever these are, this sort of weird jellied fruity thing. Yeah, they're not very nice. The texture is ruining them for me. I'm going to have to hope my partner doesn't watch this, because they brought me these back thinking I'd like them. Sorry, my love.
I'm sorry, my love.
But yeah, that's the only thing I'd change. I'd just change the type of sweet that they are. I would keep the flavour, because the flavour's nice. But yeah, I can't quite put my finger on it, apart from the texture, what it is I don't like about them. I'm just, Would I recommend them? Again, it's one of those things where I would recommend trying them. Don't spend too much money on them, and I try and describe them as best I could, so you can make up your own mind whether or not you're going to like them before you buy them. But yeah, if I had the choice, I don't think I would buy these again. Which is a shame, really, because from what my partner told me, Estonia was a lovely country. Alright, well, we'll call that it for the Maha Metsam Marja Marmalada.
What the hell is he talking about?
Sweets. Nice enough flavour, textured, lets them down, too sticky, too jelly-like. Overall, bit of a strange concoction, those are. Yeah. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time, hopefully with something a bit nicer. Yeah. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. On today's episode, me and my other half had way too much to drink last night, and I am somewhat hungover. Let's have a cup of tea, see if it gets any better. Right, what have we got here then? Well, I have here a box of 20 tea bags of this moringa tea, or moringa, I'm going with moringa tea. Caffeine free with natural ingredients. Now, obviously, although it may not be that obvious, but obvious to me because I've looked it up, this company, Tropical Sun, they are a UK based company, so they're not from across the pond. However, we don't grow tea in this country, it just doesn't grow. So whilst the company is from the UK, the tea obviously isn't, and this moringa tea, I can't say I've ever tried before, and I've drunk a lot of tea in my life. So I saw this and thought, give it a go, looks good. Now, the packaging doesn't really give much away. Most of the sides of this box are the same thing, just formatted differently, telling you what's in it. The one side that does have some information on it says, commonly referred to as miracle tree. I looked it up, that is what it's called. On account of its incredible nutritional properties and a wide range of applications, moringa is used by indigenous cultures for water purification, as a health supplement, and of course as a tea, as it has a subtle earthy taste. For the full flavour, brew for 2 to 5 minutes and consume without milk. Sip slowly and enjoy. I mean, sip slowly and enjoy, that's good for any tea, but whatever. Ingredients, I'll put them on the screen, but I mean, there's only one. Dried moringa oleifera leaves, 100%. That's it. That's literally all that's in it, which you would expect from tea. Now, I did email the company Tropical Sun. At the time of filming this introduction, they haven't yet got back to me with information. I was basically asking for the country of origin for their tea and if there's any other nutritional information that they can give me. Their website doesn't really give away any more than this box does. So, yeah, not much to go through on that. Let's just open her up. We'll do the sniff test and appearance test, and then we'll go make a cuppa. Now, in previous videos I've commented on the packaging. Again, there's not much to really say about this. It's a cardboard box wrapped in thin plastic. The plastic obviously keeps the contents dry and protected until such time as it is opened. In the past I've commented on whether it's appropriate from, say, an environmental point of view. This is fine. I don't really see how they could do any more or any less with it. I mean, some might say, oh, you've got to get rid of the plastic or it'll pollute the fish for 1,000,000 years. The thing is, then you're risking getting moisture into the box, ruining the tea. Moisture invites mould, and no one wants that in their tea or in their diet at all. You're just going to make people sick. So I don't really see any other way around it, other than maybe beefing up this cardboard to stupid levels and trying to make it waterproof, in which case you may as well just put the plastic on. Anywho, let's open her up. Oh, okay, it's in another plastic bag. Wasn't expecting that. Normally when I buy tea bags, they come in a box, wrapped in plastic, and the tea bags are just in the box. Why is that like that? Yeah, I was about to say it's perfect, but I'd say you only need one type of plastic. You could get rid of half your plastic in this, guys. I mean, that may be because this is an imported good. I don't know if they import them as tea bags, or if they import the tea and it's bagged in the UK, it may have come on the ship like this, in which case I can kind of see why you want an extra layer of protection to keep it fresh if it's going to be at sea for weeks. I don't know. If they ever get back to me, again, I'll tag it on at the end of the video. So, appearance. I'm not going to tear one open because they make a damn mess when you tear bags open. It looks like a tea bag. It looks like a green tea inside. From the pictures, it looks like it's going to be a green tea as well. It looks like a tea bag. Yeah, it's fairly standard. Let's just give it a sniff. They weren't lying about those earthy notes. That definitely comes across. Normally you'd sniff tea and it smells like tea. If you have an Earl Grey, it smells of flowers.
Tea? Earl Grey, hot.
Of course it's hot. What do you want in it?
Nothing.
Got a box of Lapsang Souchong. That has a very smoky flavour and smell to it. This, yeah, is definitely earthy. They weren't lying about that. Let's have another good inhale. Yeah, definitely, definitely earthy. That really comes through. I'm expecting good things from this. I think this is going to be good. Right, well, there's not much else to say. I'm not going to go through texture or anything like that. There's no point. It's a tea bag. I'm just going to go boil the kettle and make a cuppa. Right, down to the kitchen. 1 cup, 1 tea bag. Look at that. You can get a clean mug out of me for this episode. Bloody hell. Also, I've just brought you all down here so you can watch my kettle boil. Little over 5 minutes to boil that kettle. I think maybe I overfilled it. Right, let's have a cuppa. Well, I was right, that's certainly a green tea. It's very green. It's almost like bloody Mountain Dew, is that? Now it said brew for 2 to 5 minutes, so let's go with 3.5. Okay, Google. Tea timer 3.5 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Starting now.
It's probably going to be closer to 4 minutes by the time I finish yakking, but never mind. Right, I'm just going to let this brew. Now, when I brew tea, I like to try and get the bag to inflate like it has done, which is why I pour the water directly on it. It makes it puff up, and then it allows the leaves to circulate better inside. Now, before I give it a stir, it's almost certainly not coming across on the camera. There's something floating in it. At first I thought it was tea bits, but now it's just very, very fine particles. They look almost like tiny bubbles, except they're not all rising. It's not obviously going to put me off, but it's just interesting to see it brew. I don't normally pay this much attention to tea. Let's give it a bit of a stir. Now, the way you brew a cup of tea seems to be an incredibly divisive subject.
Who the f makes tea like this? Are you serious?
Especially in the UK, all this thing about do you put the milk in first, do you do this, do you do that, and if you don't do it the exact way that another person does it, they literally lose their fucking mind.
There is literally a place in hell for people like you that make tea like this! What the f***, Adam, you...
This is how I do it. You brew your tea how you like to do it. Let's just leave it at that. Oh, one other thing to note. I don't normally brew tea on a timer. I'm literally doing that for the video. Alright? Right. Let's run down the timer and then we'll give this a sip. Interested to know, again, as it brews, and I don't know if it's going to come across on the camera, it may still just look Mountain Dew green, but to my eye, the greens are slowly giving way to a sort of yellowy brown colour, which is what I would expect from tea. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what it looks like when it's done brewing. Right, time for a cuppa. Just so you know, I'm getting properly parched standing here looking at this and talking about it rather than drinking it. Right, brewing is done. Don't know if it's coming across on the camera. Physical appearance is a sort of yellowy brown colour. Now, looking at both camera screens, it's coming across as bright green still. You'll have to trust me, it's not. It looks like a pot of green tea, or a cup of green tea. Yeah, it's fairly unremarkable in its appearance compared to other green teas. Let's give it a sniff test. It smells like green tea. Well, no, I tell you, it smells like a bit more than green tea. It smells pretty much the same as what it did upstairs. It's sort of an earthy tea smell to it. If I wasn't paying so much attention to it, I'd say it's green tea. But since I am, it is definitely more earthy, that's for sure. Yeah, I'll do one more sniff to see if we can pick up anything else. Yeah, it's definitely there. I'd say there's almost a hint of black tea to it as well. But again, that's probably the earthiness coming through. I am spitting feathers here. I'm just gonna give it a taste test. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. It tastes nothing like green tea that I normally drink. It tastes like black tea without milk. And by black tea, I mean like your regular builder's tea. It's not bad, but it's not what I expected. I expected something a bit more delicate, almost herb-like, but with earthy undertones. That is just all strong tea. Yeah, I mean, maybe I have quite unrefined taste buds. I don't claim to be, a professional in any capacity. But yeah, it's a relatively simple flavour. Is that it just tastes like tea. They're not lying. It is definitely earthy, and it's a little deceptive. Green tea is normally a more delicate flavour, whereas black tea is, like I say, your regular builder's tea. That tastes like builder's tea. I'm not going to add milk to it, because I think that will just completely overwhelm it, as it always does when you add milk to green tea. And yes, I've tried it once. Yeah, if this was a blindfolded taste test, I wouldn't call that the green tea. It's nice though. I'm certainly feeling refreshed already. I don't know if it's going to work miracles. The packaging talked about its nutritional value, but then they provide no nutritional information on the packaging or the website. Medicinal, I don't know. I tend to approach medicinal teas the way I do Chinese medicine, We had a look at it, worked out what worked, and the stuff that did became medicine, and the stuff that didn't should really have been left behind. This ain't gonna last long, that's for sure. As always with a cuppa, it gets stronger as you get to the bottom of the cup. And it doesn't seem to matter whether you've stirred it or not. That's quite nice, actually, when you're as dehydrated as I am right now. Right, before I swig it all and need to make another cup, let's go do conclusions. Final thoughts then on Tropical Sun Moringa tea. Well, if you want the short answer, it's tea. It's a remarkably simple product. I'm going to say it, I'm almost certain this is the simplest product I think I've had on Strange Things from Across the Pond. It has one ingredient, and that's tea. That being said, though, it does hold a few surprises if you've never tried it before. The flavour was the biggest surprise. I mean, I can't really talk about texture. Wet. It's tea. The smell was, after reading the description, the smell didn't really hold any surprises. They describe it as an earthy flavour, and it had certainly an earthy tea type smell to it. Brewing it looks like tea, a sort of yellowy brown colour when it's brewed. It looks like, traditional green tea. The flavour, though, is the bit that got me. If anyone's tried green tea and not tried this, and I'd say give it a go. You will be surprised. It doesn't taste like you would expect from a green tea. It tastes more like a black tea when it's been brewed. And as well, if you've only ever drunk black tea, and you're thinking of trying green tea but you don't think you'll like it, or maybe you have tried green tea but you didn't like it but you do like black tea, get some of this. It could be a stepping stone if you want to move that way, if you want to start drinking more green tea, or if you just want to have it in the house. You know, it's a nice middle ground, I'd say. Definitely give it a try if you've not liked green tea in the past but do like black tea, is what I'm trying to say. Also, if you're just looking for a caffeine-free, healthy alternative to black tea, I know tea doesn't contain that much caffeine when you compare it to, say, coffee or energy drinks, but I think we could all do with a little less caffeine in our lives. I know I certainly could, that's for sure. Again, have this. You don't need milk. You don't need milk in it. Just brew yourself a nice cup of tea. It's great on an evening, on a school night, on a work night, something like that. If you fancy a cuppa but don't want caffeine, have some of this. That's what I can say about it. It's a good caffeine-free alternative. I have to say, it is also remarkably refreshing. It's certainly very nice. I mean, that may just be the slight hangover talking, but it's good to get my lips around a good cuppa. Yeah, I'm going to have another cup once I'm done filming. It's nice. Right. We'll wrap this up here. Simple and straightforward one this month. I do have more complicated videos, honest. It's not that I'm trying to make low effort content, it's just that some products are simpler than others, and I've been wanting to try this for a while, and then I got up this morning, need to do some filming. We'll start with this. Alright, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Oh, needed that. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. I'm on holiday right now, having frankly the time of my life. But it seemed only right that I film at least one episode of Strange Things from Across the Pond next to the actual pond. Let's see what I've got. Alrighty then, so I've got you here to easily my favourite spot on this beach here in Kessingland. I've sat here at least once per day whilst I've been here, looked out at the ocean. I absolutely love it here, it's so peaceful. But that's not what you're here for. You're here to see what weird and wonderful food I've got. I have, on the face of it, not that weird, but it is a product of the US, so it counts. I've got some spaghetti and meatballs in sauce. Now, before you start saying, oh, that's just Italian and you can get that here. Yes, you can. However, this is what the Americans call an MRE, meals ready to eat. This one is self-heating. Now, these are extremely popular because they're ready to go. You can give a soldier or an airman in this case loads of these and they can take them with them, and that's their food sorted for a good long time. It weighs almost nothing, plastic packaging. Like it says, it's self-heating, so they can have a hot meal on the go without having to carry any extra equipment, you know, like a camping stove, for example. And I'm told they're actually surprisingly nice. So yeah, this is what I've got. I asked my partner to pick this up while they were on base. They very kindly obliged, and I said, can you get me some of those MREs? I want to try them. Also, I think they'd be good for camping. On this camping trip, because it is a camping trip that I've been on, I brought one of these. I brought this, and the rest of it I brought tinned food. I think after trying this, I'm going to regret bringing the tins, and I should have just got a load of these. But, you know, I had to stick to what I know at the time. So, we'll do the usual quick look at the packaging. Hopefully I remember to take all the pictures that I need as well. And then we'll get it open, we'll cook it in its own self-heating oven, and you'll see what we've got. So, from the top, it goes, the taste of the homemade, juicy Italian-style meatballs and aromatic marinara on a bed of spaghetti. All of that in this packaging. It's not that thick. Chef 5-minute meals, pre-cooked, ready to eat.
For everyday adventure and life on the go. Everything you need is inside. I mean, I've brought with me a pot to eat it in and this folding cutlery as well, just in case, but we'll try with what we've got. Net weight 9 freedom units.
What will you do without freedom? Oh, freedom! Freedom!
What the hell is he talking about?
255 grams. US inspected and passed by Department of Agriculture. Okay, don't know what that means. Oh, and I've never seen this on packaging before. It tells you what their artwork is. So this is the Grand Staircase Escalante.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
National Monument, Utah, USA. It doesn't look like much of a monument. It looks like a natural formation that you're taking credit for, but whatever. It's a nice touch. Ready to eat whenever and wherever you are. Self-heating for a hot meal in minutes. No refrigeration needed. Good, because it's been in my tent for the past 3 days. It's not exactly been cold. Never freeze-dried, no water required, and there's a qualifying mark. I've brought water as well, just in case. See how it works. Activate your device's camera app, and I've got to watch a video. Why isn't there just instructions? You know what, I have a fairly good idea how these self-heating things work, so we'll skip over that. And yeah, got the address here. That is obviously the USA. Oh, it says it there, made in the USA. So definitely from across the pond. Not the pond I'm looking at, that's the wrong pond, but never mind. Bit of a cock-up, but there we go. Alright, so, as always, nutritional information going on the screen somewhere. Ingredients are tomato puree, which is ground tomatoes, tomato puree and salt. Water, good, because it says no water required, so I should hope there's water in there. Cooked Italian-style meatballs, beef, water, textured vegetable protein, which is soy, flour, caramel colour, Italian-style seasoning, which is salt, garlic and onion, Parmesan cheese, which is made of part skimmed milk, cheese culture, salt, enzymes, spices, sugar, white pepper, beef flavouring, which is sugar and flavouring, hydrolyzed soy protein, spice extractives, extractive of garlic, onions, mushrooms, enriched pasta, which is semolina, wheat, egg whites, niacin, ferrous sulfate, iron, thiamine, mononitrate, riboflavin.
I have difficulty formulating my words.
Folic acid and celery. Contains 2% or less of the following: cornstarch, olive oil, spice, sugar, salt. Our best before date is the 19th of May 2025. That's pretty good considering I bought this in June of 2024. Not half bad. Right. Not much else to see on the packaging. Let's open it up and see what's inside. It's over my can, just so I don't get at least too much sand in my food. Right, so that appears to be the food. Yeah, it says there, spaghetti and meatballs. Right, fine. This is our so-called self-heating oven. Activator, do not drink. Yeah, this is exactly what I thought they were going to be. There's an activator, in this case it's normally water or salt water, and then you have these bits here which are normally like iron or some sort of metal, and they react and generate a lot of heat when you do it. Like it says here, tear open heating pad even on the dotted line. What dotted line? Oh, there is, it's more of a perforation than a dotted line. Remove activator pouch from inside the oven. Insert meal pouch inside the heating pad oven to sit squarely on the heating pad. Right, okay. Let's just open this and see what's in here. Alright. Right, okay. So that's the bit that's going to get really fucking hot. That needs to stay inside. That's our activator. It doesn't tell me what that is. It's normally like water or salt water or something like that. Right, so then we put this inside. Put this way up so you can see. There we go. Then what? Shake the activator pouch, then open pouch and pour contents into the heating pad oven. Fold heating pad oven opening under to eliminate heat loss. Place heating pad oven on flat, heat protected surface. Sand. Yeah, that'll do. For best results, allow meal to heat in closed heating pad oven for 5 to 10 minutes. Carefully remove hot meal pouch or meal tub. Open and stir. Excellent. So it looks like we eat it out of that foil pouch. We'll see how easy that actually is. We may end up using our can after all. So, it says, give this a shake. Pour it in. And what we'll use that as a base. Yeah, that looks just like water to me. Obviously, I can't do any sniff tests before opening it, but that doesn't smell of anything. I think it's maybe just water. There we go. Right. Oh, look, it's salt in me bag. Right. You go in there. That. That's all it takes. I'm going to fold this under on itself. Like that. You know what, we'll give it the full 10 minutes, why not? I'm not going to film the full 10 minutes because you're not going to be able to see anything other than this getting hot, maybe. Also, because I'm camping, battery life is at a premium right now, so back in 10 minutes. So that's the 10 minutes, and as you can see, it's gotten quite hot. This is puffed up. Even this outside plastic is hot to the touch. About a minute ago, before I restarted the camera, there was steam coming out the side of here, and you can see it's built up pressure and it just kept unfurling itself. I've had to keep tucking it under whilst trying not to burn my hands. But the instructions say this is now ready, so I'm going to very carefully open this. This will continue to generate heat for quite some time. Yeah, that is still really hot to the touch. Go, right, keep the sand off. Perhaps filming on the beach wasn't such a good idea. So we'll try it in its packaging, but we've got the tub if we need to. Let's open her up. First thing I'm going to do is what I normally do at the start of the video, do a bit of a sniff test. Look at that, looks alright actually. You can see the spaghetti in it. It looks to be more sauce than substance, but still, don't look half bad, don't that? It smells good too. I mean, it smells exactly like what you'd expect from a packet of spaghetti and meatballs. No other way to put it. If you've ever bought like the jars of sauce, I know Italians would probably lose their fucking mind if you suggested that to them, but if you ever bought like the jars of ready-made bolognese sauce, that's exactly what it smells like. Yeah, quite tomatoey. Not really any other way to describe it. That's exactly what it is. If you need to know, just go and buy a jar of bolognese sauce from the supermarket. It doesn't even have to be a posh brand, and just sniff it. That's what it is. Right, we have got with us, we've got this little kit here as well. In it we get a spork, salt and pepper, and a napkin as well. It's not bad. Spork is a bit on the flimsy side, but we'll try it as it is. I always try what you get. The napkin I'll put to one side for now, and we'll leave these to one side as well. I'll do a taste test, then I'll add them. Let's have a bit of a... Oh, if I stir it up, there's a lot more to it actually. Let's get... Yeah, there we go. So those are the size of the meatballs. There's 2 on that, and that's the length of the spaghetti. It's not the really long spaghettis. These they're about 1 inch or so long. Alright, okay. I can see why they've done that. Imagine having full-length spaghetti in a packet like this will be quite impractical. Alright, let's do a taste test. Do you know, that's not too bad. Definitely needs that salt and pepper, which I'm going to put in now. But those meatballs, fairly standard meatballs, I'd say they're pretty much what you get in a tin of meatballs. If you've ever had, you probably had it as a kid a lot, at least I did. Like I say, it's a tin of meatballs, and they're normally in either gravy or tomato sauce. It tastes just like the tomato sauce ones. These are maybe a bit more meatier. I find the tinned ones are processed to hell. They barely count as meat anymore. But again, they're aimed at kids, so that's understandable. Yeah, these are perhaps still a bit more meaty, but that's exactly what they taste like. The spaghetti is spaghetti, not a big deal. But that tomato sauce tastes exactly like those jars. Right, let's stir that up. Look at that, I've got 3 meatballs on there. Let's see if we can get some spaghetti with it, shall we? There we go, that's better. Right. Okay, yeah, that's better. Definitely needs the salt and pepper. That's really come through with the flavour now. That's actually quite nice. That's amazing, the difference those 2 little sachets have made. Then pepper does that, it brings out other flavours. And so does salt, but to a lesser degree. Quite impressed with that. I suppose the other elephant in the room that I should address is temperature. Not spice, temperature. It's just about warm. If I was served this in a restaurant, if I was cooking at home, it'd be hot. This is just about warm. Now, whether that's because the bag kept unfurling, letting all the steam out, I don't know. I don't really know what I could have done about that. There was actually quite a bit of pressure building up. But yeah, it's just about warm. I probably should have left it in there for, say, 15 minutes instead of the 10 minutes that it said. Although the instructions said to do it for even less. So I think it'd have still been cold if I'd done that. It's very nice. Very tomatoey, and I can definitely taste those Italian herbs and the onion and the garlic coming through as well. Obviously it leaves a bit to be desired. These meatballs are a bit pitiful. The spaghetti barely counts on account of its length, but it's in a packet and it's designed to be eaten out in the arsehole of nowhere with no other preparation. You know, everything in one bag. Can't really complain about that. This sport, again, it's doing the job, but I think in a few minutes I'm just going to drink it out of this sachet. It's only just long enough to reach down into the bag. But again, it's an MRE. If you were adventure camping or hiking, you're miles away from civilization. These are great. They're lightweight, good tasting meals, and everything you need is in them. Like it said, you don't need any water. Right, I think it's time for some conclusions, and then I'm going to eat this. Conclusions on this spaghetti meatballs chef 5-minute meals. Do you know, if I'd made this or been served it, I'd have been very disappointed. My first thoughts would have been, what the fuck kind of meatballs are those, and what kind of fucking spaghetti is this? Why does this sauce taste like it's come out of a jar? But for a product, considering its target market, i.e. people doing what I'm doing now, camping and having to cook their meals in a tent, or in this case on a beach, because why not? It's actually really good. It's not hot, it could have done with a bit longer in the bag, but it's at an edible temperature within 10 minutes, like it said. Nothing else is required. You don't need to carry any water. They even supply seasoning and a little napkin for when you get it all over yourself. That's great. I really like that. I've had self-heating meals before in the past, but they always came in like boxes, like ready meals did, and they were quite bulky and heavy and expensive. This weren't too bad. I mean, I used to, when I was young, do a lot of hiking holidays, so you'd have a massive rucksack on with everything in there, clothes, tent, bedding, the works, and food was always a big issue because it's heavy, you know, especially if it's got water in it. And if it hasn't got water in it, if you go with all dried food, you've then got to think how you're going to rehydrate it. You may not have a source of fresh water other than your drinking water that you're carrying with you, and you don't want to waste that, because you need it if you're hiking, especially in the summer. But yeah, this is perfect. You could put 10 of these in a rucksack, and that's your meals. It's great. Considering its target market and what it's aimed at, what it's designed for, I'm really impressed with that. I'm gonna get some more of these. I need to go with my partner onto the base, see what they've got, and I'm gonna get one of each. And I think we'll do one big episode with all of them in one, because I really like this. Right, it is the last day of my holiday. I've got this to eat, and then I'm going to go to the bar, I think, and get rather drunk. So, I'll see you next time. Thank you for watching.
Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. It's been a while since I did something disgusting on this series. Let's rectify that, shall we? So what have we got here? Well, I've got a box of sour boogers. I think they call them boogers in Muricaland. Over here we call them bogies. But it's the green shite that comes out your nose. It's not very pleasant stuff. First thing that struck me when I saw these was the way this lettering is laid out. I mean, box of sour buggers would be the right way to say it, but that is higher than that, so it's sour box of buggers. Make up your fucking mind, guys. I mean, it's not that bad, sour box of buggers, but box of sour, that's better. Anyway, we're already off track. Obviously aimed at children. This, you know, they see the word buggers, or in this country again, bogies, and they're like, "Ooh, bogies!" Ooh. And then they eat them, and they're going to be sour, obviously, but they're going to be very sour to children because they have better taste buds than us old folks. But it's just a bit of a laugh for them. Your typical child sweets, but they did come from America, so they count. We in all likelihood do have something similar here in the UK. I don't think I've ever seen anything called bogies, but you can get sour sweets. I actually quite like them. They're not half bad. Anyway, quick look at the packaging. So, as I said, sour box of buggers. It says snot. Oh, right, yeah, okay. Snot your regular gummy. Tangy gummy boogies. So, yeah, that's bogies, but it's bogies. Yeah, okay. Tangy gummy bogies that look and feel real. Not selling that to me on that, guys. I mean, I know some kids do eat what comes out their nose, but I'm a grown up, you're not selling it to me. I don't think these are going to be right good. Net weight, 3 freedom units. And what have we got on here? This logo here says Chef Goolicious Pantry of Candy. I'm guessing that's the brand that makes them. I thought it was Flicks Candy, but anyway. Overleaf. Alright, yeah, there's 3 flavours in here. Snottermelon, that's going to be watermelon. Sour green bogey, that's going to be apple. Slime apple, I'm guessing that's pineapple. I suppose we'll find out when I open them. Artificially flavoured, oh yeah, watermelon, green apple, pineapple. Read it all, Stu, before you talk. Distributed by Imaginings 3, and that's the address. Definitely in America, although made in Brazil. It still counts. It still counts. Alright. Nutritional information going on the screen that way. And ingredients are glucose syrup, sugar, water, gelatin, modified cornstarch, citric acid, malic acid, artificial flavours, titanium dioxide, that's a new one, artificial colours, F, D and C yellow, number 5, and F, D and C blue, number 1. Okay, obviously you mix those together and you get different shades of green, which is obviously what they're going for. That's all you need. You know what, that's actually quite a short list of ingredients as well. I'm not going to say it's a simple product because it's not. Sweets very rarely are, but it's a short list of ingredients at least. But it's a short list of ingredients at least. Right, I think that's all there is to say about it. Let's open it up, have a look what's inside. Okay, that's not what I was expecting. For some reason I thought they were going to be little tiny things, tiny sweets. They're like large gummies. They're about the size of, well, jelly babies or gummy bears as they're called over in America. Yeah, it just says on there, booger. Anyway, alright. Right, yeah, they are sweet. I'll hold one in my hand. You can see what size they are roughly. Yeah, they are soft and squishy. Like it said, gummies. By the feel of them, they seem to have the similar consistency to jelly babies. Yeah, let's have a sort out. So, like it said, there's 3 flavours. There we are. So, going by these are the snottermelon, or watermelon, sour green bogey, which would be green apple, and then this is going to be slime apple or pineapple flavoured. Don't quite know why we've got so few of the watermelon ones. I don't know, maybe watermelon's more expensive, or maybe it's just luck of the draw, but that's what you get. Appearance wise, now that I've seen them, yeah, they've gone for the making them look like bogies. I mean, they do look a little bit like it. and they're all sort of flat bottomed. I imagine the way these are made is it's a big conveyor belt and a machine with a nozzle, and it just squirts them out, and then they look like that at the top. Either that or they've been put into a mould, like poured whilst they're hot, and then they turn into this jelly type consistency. Something like that. They're being made by machine. That's why they're all more or less the same shape. But that's not important.
But that's not important right now.
They're covered in some sort of, I'm assuming it's sugar. It must be sugar that they're covered in. I mean, sugar is the number 2 ingredient after glucose syrup, so it's going to be sugar. Yeah, not much to really say about them. If I'm honest, if they hadn't called them buggers or bogies, I wouldn't have guessed that that's what they're supposed to be. They look just like soft sweets. Nothing fancy about them at all, really. Nothing especially disgusting looking about them. You know, they look perfectly nice and edible. I'm feeling a bit better now. I'm convinced they're not going to be the exact consistency of bogies. Not that I've ever eaten my own bogies, but I can guess from picking my own nose. Anyway, let's do a sniff test of all 3. So, start with the snottermelon. Smells like a sweet. But, yeah, let's cut one open and try it. Inside looks like the inside of a jelly baby. I think that's exactly what these are. Whatever substance jelly babies are made of, this is made of the same thing. Maybe a slightly different consistency to it, but that's about it. Let's see if we can smell any watermelon. It's not right strong. It just smells like watermelon sweets. Not much to that. Let's try the next one. Obviously same inside, just a different colour. This one is the green apple flavour. Smells very similar to the first one. It's slightly different in that it smells vaguely of apple sweets, which is a different smell to apples. Apple flavoured things and apple sweets have a different smell to them, but it's not that different at all between those two. If I was doing a blind sniff test, I'm not sure I could tell the difference. I'm certain I couldn't tell the difference. Right, let's try the pineapple one. Same again inside. Sniff. Doesn't really smell of anything. Again, vaguely of pineapple flavour, but not actual pineapple. But on a blind sniff test, there's no way I'm going to be able to tell the difference. It's just not happening. Alright, well, moment of truth. We've done sight, we've done ingredients, we've done smell. Just going to have to put one in my gob, aren't I? Let's start with the apple. See how this goes. Do you know, that's not bad at all. That's actually quite nice. That has a strong apple flavour to it. Sorry, watermelon flavour rather. Texture-wise, as I expected from looking at them, like jelly babies, but harder, a little bit more chewy. I find jelly babies are now a bit softer than I remember them being. They are closer to jelly than these things are. Slightly sour, but only a little bit. I was expecting them to be ridiculously sour, like those toxic waste sweets that you can get. But all in all, that's actually really quite nice. I'm going to have another one. Yeah, I like those. They're good. This whole packet isn't going to last very long. They're good. Let's try the apple ones. They're better again. Same texture and everything. That hasn't changed. They're no more or less sour than the first ones. They're only slightly sour. They're hinting at being a sour sweet, but they're not really getting there. But good strong apple flavour. Yeah, so they're the best so far. I'm liking those. Let's try the pineapple ones. Okay, that's different. Same texture, same level of sour. All that's the same. There's the same sweet. It's just the flavour that we're commenting on. But definitely pineapple coming through. Artificial, again, yeah, I'm going to keep saying it, but much stronger flavour than the other two. Let's have another one. Yeah, they're nice. They're the least artificial tasting out of all three. I mean, they're still very much artificial, but they're good at those. Yeah, I like them. Definitely pineapple. One more. Yeah, I like those. One thing I have noticed, that one that I've just eaten had almost like a tail on it. I wonder if that's a manufacturing defect. Tells us something about how they're made. Like it was attached sort of like that. I don't know what that is. That's a piece of cardboard. But yeah, I was all ready to say these are minging. Who would ever eat these other than small children who think it's funny? And even then, they probably won't eat too many of them. But these are good. I think you could put these in slightly less disgusting packaging, and adults would buy them. Just call them, I don't know, gummy mountains. I suppose the shape of them, they look like little mountains. Call them something like that. Yeah, they're nice, are those. Alright, let's do all three in my gob at the same time. We'll see if it gets sour at all. That's interesting. They're not sour. They're hinting at being a sour sweet, but they're not getting there. But remember I said these had the strongest flavours, but when you eat all three together, all I could taste was the watermelon. Figure that one out. Yeah, I'll do it one more time, so I've got just enough left. Yeah, that is very peculiar. The so-called weakest of the three flavours overpowers all of them when you eat all three at once. Yeah, okay, whatever. Probably should have paid more attention at school for how that works. Right, anyway, let's do conclusions. Right, there we are then. The Sour Box of Bogies by Flicks Candy. All in all, actually not too bad. I would definitely buy this product in the future. If I saw it in my local supermarket, if there was if they started selling them in the UK, but put them in different packaging. I know it's aimed at children and everything, but I'm not going to buy them if you put them in this stupid packaging. Just give me the sweets. But yeah, they're quite nice. They like I say, they hint at being sour without actually getting there. You've got nice flavours to them. This sort of firmer consistency that you're getting, I prefer that over Jelly Babies. You know what it reminds me of? You can get store brand own Jelly Babies, or they're normally called something else, and then you have like the branded Jelly Babies. These taste like the store brand ones, but I prefer that. I honestly do. I'm one of those weirdos that nearly always buys store brand stuff because I prefer it. I just find it nicer. Probably because I was raised on it. But yeah, I always find branded stuff, with some exceptions obviously, just aren't as nice. But yeah, change your packaging and get it on sale in the UK, and I'll buy it. Flicks Candy. Those are good. I'm going to eat these two now. Yeah, good flavour. I like the texture and the consistency. They've put sour in big letters, but you can ignore that. They're not sour, unless you're a small child, which I'm not. Obviously aimed at children. I'd have no problem giving these to children. It doesn't say what ages they're suitable for anywhere on here, but I mean, it's your child. You should know whether or not they're ready to eat some of these. If they're not on solid food, you should probably avoid it. But yeah, I'd say if you're looking for something some nice sweets to eat and or to give to your children, yeah, have those. Those were nice. Right, nice and short and sweet, that one. Next month, we're going to be doing some new crisps that I've discovered, or chips as they call them in the States. You don't want to miss that one. That's good. I've already tried one flavour and decided they need to go on this series. They are really good. Alright, thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Welcome back to Strange Things from Across the Pond. Today, we're doing wrap snacks. Right, so what have we got here? Well, as I just said, we've got wrap snacks. These are, well, they're crisps, or chips if you're American, endorsed by famous rappers. I don't know what their actual relationship is to the snacks, but each one, like this one, is Snoop Dogg. It is, has a wrapper on it, and I don't know, maybe they suggested their flavour or something like that they liked. Yeah, I really don't know. But I'm quite keen to try these because, full disclosure, I have already tried one flavour of these. This is how I discovered these. And then I discovered later that there was loads of flavours, and we're going to go through all of them today. So, we'll do a quick run through, and then we'll look at each one in detail, and then we'll do the taste test each one in turn as well. This one I've got in my hand is the Snoop Dogg endorsed one, and it is OG Barbecue Cheddar. Sounds good to me. This one is Sour Cream with a Dab of Ranch by Migos. I'm really not up to date on my wrappers, but yeah, sounds nice as well. Then we have Sweet Chili Lemon Pepper by Rick Ross. That one sounds nice, actually. Yeah. Then we have Lil Baby with Salt and Vinegar, Barbecue, Onion, Garlic, and more. It doesn't say what the and more is. I suppose we'll find out. This one is Snoop Dogg again with Nacho Nachos, Cheddar Barbecue, which is actually the same flavour as those, except these are crisps and these are, nachos or tortillas or whatever you want to call them. We'll do those together. That could be interesting. Then we have Barbie Quinn with My Honey Truffle by Nicki Minaj, which I'm guessing is some sort of barbecue sauce with honey, or honey barbecue with truffle flavouring. Again, we'll find out. And then the last one is the one that I've already tried. This is my Little Baby. Salt and vinegar, barbecue, onion, garlic, cayenne pepper, and more. Very nice, these, so I have high hopes for the other flavours as well. Right, in no particular order, let's have a look at the packaging. Now, before we go any further, I will admit I know next to nothing about wrap and wrappers. I mean, it's not that I don't like it, it's just I'm just not very up to date on them. I mean, yeah, I'm just not. So if I get names wrong, or if I don't get bits about it, I apologise, but, you know, nobody knows everything. So it says, hard work pays off, wrap snacks. Little Baby all-in hot flavour, which is salt and vinegar, barbecue, onion, garlic, cayenne pepper, and more. This is the one I've already tried before, as I said, and assuming these wrappers design the flavours themselves rather than just allow their name to be stuck on whatever, this man has taste, because these were really nice. And yeah, net weight 2.5 freedom units or 71 grams. I believe they're all that, actually. Yeah, they're all 2.5 freedom units or 71 grams, so they're all going to be the same size-wise. Overleaf. No matter what you are going through in life, remember family is everything. Stay solid, stay woke, and take advantage of every opportunity that is provided to you. Because like they say in life, nothing lasts forever. Oh, okay. Quality Control Music, which I'm assuming is Lil Baby's record label. I don't believe that symbol appears on all of them, so it's probably whoever this person is signed with. QR code I'll put on the screen. It's, as far as I know, just takes you to this website, so if you want to have a look you can. And of course they're on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok and FaceTube. Alright, so nutritional information going on the screen somewhere. And ingredients are potatoes, vegetable oil, which is canola, corn, soybean and or sunflower, and salt. And then the seasoning, which is the interesting part, that is made up of sugar, sodium diacetate, corn maltodextrin, salt, spices, monosodium glutamate, paprika and extract... paprika and extractive of paprika, torula yeast, malic acid, lactose, citric acid, onion powder, yeast extract, garlic powder, sodium citrate, natural flavours including smoke. Yes, you can buy smoke as a flavour. Disodium... oh, Jesus.
And I have difficulty formulating my words.
Disodium inosine, yep. And disodium guanylate, colour which is FD and C yellow, number 5 lake, and not more than 2% soybean oil added to prevent caking. Okay. Contains milk and contains a bioengineered food ingredient, but they don't tell you which one. Interesting. Distributed by Rap Snacks Inc. in East Flagler Street, Miami. And that's their contact information. Signed by James Lindsay, President and CEO. Okay, so that's that one. We'll do ingredients and nutritional information for all of them before we move on to the taste test. So next is the other one by Little Baby. This is salt and vinegar, barbecue, onion, garlic and more. Again, nutritional information coming up. So ingredients on this one are potatoes, corn and or cottonseed and or sunflower oil, salt, sugar, sodium diacetate, corn maltodextrin, salt, monosodium glutamate, torula yeast, malic acid, lactose, citric acid, onion powder, spice, sodium citrate, paprika and extractive of paprika, natural smoke flavour, disodium inosinate, disodium guanylate, yellow 5-lake and salt. Again, contains milk and a bioengineered food ingredient. Right. Next up is the Nicki Minaj ones, Buckley's favourite rapper.
What a treat we're in for! This one's just Nicki for 3 minutes. Yay!
This one says, take advantage of every moment in life. And these are the Barbequin with my honey. Or could that be barbecuing? See, to me that reads as Barbie Quinn, as in like Harley Quinn, but I suppose it could be barbecuing with my honey truffle. That sounds more like something she would say. Anyway, and she's put, 'cause I'm still hood, Hollywood couldn't change me. Shout out to my haters, sorry that you couldn't faze me. Okay? And again, nutritional information going on the screen somewhere. And ingredients on this are potatoes, obviously, they're crisps, vegetable oil, which is canola, corn, cottonseed, soybean and or sunflower, honey barbecue truffle seasoning, that explains the flavour. I do like truffle, so these should be good. Which is made of sugar, dried honey, refinery syrup honey, okay, mushroom powder, yeast, monosodium glutamate, natural flavours including smoke, contains maltodextrin, salt, dextrose, autolyzed yeast, that's a new one, onion and garlic powder, spice, extractives of paprika and annatto, disodium inositol and disodium guanylate and citric acid, more bioengineered food ingredients. But yeah, looking forward to that one, so I do like truffle flavoured things. Next up is the ones by Migos or Migos. I'm sorry, I just don't know.
Migos.
Dabbing is a lifestyle. And these are sour cream with a dab of ranch, over leaf, no passage here, just dabbing is a lifestyle and a picture of them. Okay, fine. Once more, nutritional information going on the screen. Ingredients are potatoes, obviously. Vegetable oil may contain one or more of the following: canola, corn, cottonseed, soybean, sunflower. Sour cream and ranch seasoning, which is sugar, buttermilk powder, onion powder, salt, butter, which is cream and lactic acid. Tomato powder, non-fat dry milk, spice, cheddar cheese powder, cultured milk salt enzymes, whey powder, corn maltodextrin, natural and artificial flavour, which is malic acid, mono and diglycerides, acacia gum, I think I had to look that up once what that was, disodium phosphate, BHT to protect flavour, no idea what that is, annatto extract for colour, spice and colouring, contains turmeric and salt, contains milk, bioengineered food ingredients, and guessing these chaps didn't have much to say for the packaging. Right, next we have Rick Ross Sweet Chili Lemon Pepper. The goal is to be rich forever. That would be nice. This chap has put, every day is a perfect opportunity to reach your goal. Measure success by how many people you bless. It sounds like it could be one of his raps. I honestly don't know. Nutritional information going on the screen. And ingredients are potatoes, obviously, vegetable oil, corn, cottonseed, sunflower and or canola oil, sweet chili lemon pepper seasoning, which is sugar, spices, including chili pepper, salt, monosodium glutamate, paprika, lemon juice powder, corn syrup solids, lemon juice solids, natural flavour, citric acid, yeast extract, garlic powder, disodium inosinate, and disodium guanylate. Again, natural flavours, FD&C red 40 lake, and salt, and more bioengineered food ingredients. Lovely. And then we'll do the two Snoop Dogg ones side by side, shall we? So, slogan is the same on them both. Stay focused and relentless. They are both cheddar barbecue or barbecue cheddar. I imagine they're going to be very much the same flavour, but we'll find out. And we have on here, he has put, make every opportunity count, stay focused, be relentless, and do whatever it takes to master your craft. Have to say, I do like Snoop Dogg. I saw him at the Olympics and I thought he was fantastic.
Like his braids. I can't get over it. I'm gonna use that hairstyle right there, believe me. The front, he got the little hood one in the front, okay. They got, y'all got my horse's hair braided tight, I like that. Their hair game is exceptional. Yeah.
Anyway, we'll do nutritional information of the crisps this side, and of the tortilla nachos this side, so you can see. Right, so doing these ones first. Nutritional information on the screen, and ingredients are again potatoes, vegetable oil, which may contain one or more of the following: canola, corn, cottonseed, soybean, sunflower, barbecue cheddar seasoning, which is sugar, dextrose, cheddar cheese powdered, which is cultured milk, salt and enzymes, salt, whey powder, monosodium glutamate, onion powder, paprika, buttermilk powder, which is butter, cream and lactic acid, disodium phosphate, natural and artificial flavour, FD&C yellow number 5, FD&C yellow number 6, malic acid, spice, disodium guanylate, disodium inosinate, a natto extract for colour, spice and colouring, contains turmeric, salt, and a bioengineered food ingredient. And then on the other ones, and these, not potato, we have corn, because they're not crisps. Vegetable oil consisting of one or more of the following, which is corn, canola, cottonseed, palm, and coconut. Different type of oil there. Sugar, sodium diacetate, whey, salt, cheddar cheese, which is pasteurized milk, salt, cheese culture enzymes, monosodium glutamate, spices, buttermilk, maltodextrin, natural and artificial flavors, yeast extract, onion and garlic powder, disodium inosinate and disodium guanylate, sodium citrate, citric acid, disodium phosphate, extractive of paprika, FD&C yellow 5, lactic acid, and less than 2% soybean oil added as a processing aid, and another bioengineered food ingredient. Now, some of those ingredients they have in common, others not so much. Those, to me, are very different lists. So, it'd be interesting to try those side by side and see how they compare. That should be interesting. Right, let's open them up, start doing some taste testing. First up, we'll do these ones. These are the Little Baby salt, vinegar, barbecue, onion, garlic, cayenne pepper, and more. These are the ones that I've already tried, so it made sense to start with these and just remind myself of them. I've also realised that in filming this episode, I'm going to have to eat 7 bags of crisps. 7 large bags of crisps. I'm going to be so fat. I'm not going to need dinner tonight, that's for sure. Alright. I'll tell you what, we don't need to eat all of them. Fucking hell. I'm not going to do texture and such like for all of them because they're the same. They're crisps. That's just what they are. If there's anything remarkable about the appearance, we will. Now, with these, I'm not sure if it's coming across on the camera, but there is a lot of flavouring on it. You know that powder that's sort of put over the crisps, at least as far as I know, that's how they're made. There's a lot of it. You can see it just as soon as you empty them out. Hold it up to the camera. Again, no idea if it's going to come across or not, but you can look at that. There's a lot of flavouring on them. So, as always, we'll do a sniff test. Yeah, it's definitely there. Oddly enough, you know, the first thing that comes to mind is balsamic vinegar. Let me just have another look at the ingredients on these. Now, there's nothing on there that says balsamic vinegar or anything like it, but that's the first thing that comes to mind. Maybe that's the and more part. I mean, yeah, let's try it again. Again, that's the first thing that comes to mind, but I can also smell, you know, the onion and the garlic and the cayenne pepper coming through, and that sort of sweetness that you get with certain barbecue sauces as well. That's definitely coming through. That might be where I'm getting the balsamic idea from. It's a sort of honey-like barbecue sauce. You know, the more sweet than savoury ones, but yeah, that's definitely an interesting flavour, interesting smell, rather. Right, taste test. Yeah, those are nice. I need more. All right, so texture is exactly what you'd expect from crisps. There, crisps. The flavour, though, it's all there. Everything that they said. I can taste that barbecue sauce coming through. The onion and garlic, very strong, especially the garlic. Yeah, if you like garlic, you're gonna like these. It's garlic powder, but I mean, what else was it gonna be on crisps? But it is nice. And then you have that, as you're eating more of them, the heat of the cayenne pepper is building in the background as well. Interestingly, the salt and vinegar are in the background. The saltiness of them is no different to any other packet of crisps I've ever eaten. And that vinegar, let me just double check those ingredients. It doesn't say it's any particular type of vinegar, but maybe that's where I'm getting the balsamic from. Maybe it's not just your regular vinegar that you can buy down the chip shop. Maybe it's a special type of vinegar, but it's not clear from the list of ingredients. But yeah, those are nice. Like I said, these are the ones I've had before. I actually, after trying them the first time, went out and bought like another 6 packs of this flavour and took them to a D&D game. And everybody there said they were really nice. These are some of the nicest crisps they'd ever eaten. I mean, you can tell by the way I'm scoffing these down. I've still got 6 more packets to go. Definitely, every time you got the barbecue flavour coming through. It's like a sort of sweet barbecue sauce. The onion and the garlic, especially the garlic, are quite strong coming through just after that. And then it's following up with the heat of that cayenne pepper. Very nice. I don't know who Little Baby is, but he's certainly got good tasting crisps, that's for sure. I could eat these all day. Alright, let's do the next ones. Okay, so next up is the second of the Little Baby ones. These are, on the face of them, going to be very similar to the first one. Salt, vinegar, barbecue, onion, garlic and more. It seems to be without the cayenne pepper. And these are a little bit all-in flavour, whereas the other ones are all-in hot flavour. And the ingredients on them, a lot of the same sort of stuff. So I'm expecting a similar flavour with these, but again, you know, we'll give them a fair shot, see how we go with them. Okay, interesting. As you can see from these, appearance wise, they're not nearly as red as the others. That'll be the absence of the cayenne pepper. These black bits are nothing to worry about. They're just where like the potato was likely bruised when it went into the machine, and then it gets cooked and you get this little black mark. Some people get all worked up about it. For me, it doesn't affect the flavour or the texture in any way. It's just a colour. Just put it in your gob and eat it. Another thing that's evident with it is there doesn't seem to be nearly as much flavour powder on these. And just pick one out, and there's some there, but the others look to be almost dripping in it. This looks just like a regularly seasoned crisp. Right, sniff test. Now that's interesting. I don't immediately think of balsamic vinegar with that one. There's still salt and vinegar, barbecue, onion, garlic and more, but I don't get that straight away. What hits me first of all with that is barbecue sauce. That same sweet barbecue type flavour. Yeah, it's a nice smell, but it's different to the first ones. So there's hints of the garlic on it, but the main overpowering scent with that is barbecue flavour. Yeah, just typical American sweet barbecue sauce. It's different to the sort of barbecue sauce we get in this country, which is a bit more savoury, you know, a bit more peppery, I find. Over there, they seem to like it sweet. All the high fructose corn syrup. Yeah, definitely. Overwhelming scent of barbecue sauce in that. Right, get them in me gob. Right, okay. First impression, I've got to say it, that one is a little underwhelming. The first one, the all-in hot flavours, were really quite strong to begin with. That's it's not really there. I'll get a nice handful of them and try again. Yeah, the flavours are all there. It's definitely salt and vinegar with a barbecue taste. The onion is coming through, the garlic not so much. Can't really taste the garlic this time around, it's more the onion. But I have to say, they taste just like regular Walker's beef flavoured crisps. They're a bit underwhelming, really. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about them other than, yeah, they're a bit underwhelming. I mean, they're not bad, they're not doing anything wrong, but given the really good start that we've just had, and now onto these, it's a dip. Now, let's try once more. There's something about that cayenne pepper that really brought out the flavour in the last ones. I mean, again, they're really nice. You know, they're doing a good job, but that is a bit underwhelming, is that? Yeah. It starts off, it's similar to its smell. The barbecue comes through first, at the same time as the salt and vinegar. I'd say the salt and vinegar is a stronger flavour than the barbecue, whereas with the smell, it was all barbecue. And then it's followed up with that onion. The garlic, can't really taste. It seems to be overpowered on this particular flavour. It's interesting, if we assume the only difference is the absence of the cayenne pepper, it's interesting how that has changed the flavour. You know, it's almost like the cayenne pepper suppressed the barbecue on the last ones and enhanced the garlic, and then of course now it's removed, they've gone the other way. But that's interesting, is that? Alright, so one more and we'll do the next flavour. Next up we have barbecuing with my honey truffle. I still think that says barbecuing, but whatever, I'm probably just embarrassing myself. These are the Nicki Minaj ones. High hopes for these because I do like truffle flavoured things, so yeah, let's get them open. So again, appearance, crisps, quite pale these, not as heavily seasoned as you can see. If anything, they look a little devoid of seasoning in places, but you know, whatever. Let's do a sniff test. First thoughts with that, first smell that hits you is McDonald's barbecue sauce. You know those little pots that you can get when you order like 20 nuggets, as I always do? The barbecue sauce, what that smells like is this. That's exactly what it smells like to me. There is that distinctive truffle smell coming through, but it's not that strong. Overwhelmingly barbecue sauce. Hard to detect really anything else. It's McDonald's barbecue sauce. Right, into the gob. Okay. Not really rating that one. I can taste the truffle, definitely. Can't really taste the barbecue, or the honey for that matter, but I can definitely taste the truffle, but there's something off about it. I'm not sure. Let's have another taste test. Get a couple of them this time. Yeah, again, a little underwhelming. I hope this isn't a trend. I was really looking forward to recording this episode. Having tried those first ones, the all-in hot flavours, I thought these were all going to be fantastic, but that one's probably more underwhelming than the ones before it. I can't taste the honey at all, if it's indeed supposed to taste of honey. It does have honey barbecue truffle seasoning in it. Can't taste the honey at all. Very faint barbecue. It's just sort of generic barbecue sauce flavour. The main thing I can taste is that truffle, but I don't think it's real truffle flavouring. The ingredients mentioned some sort of mushroom in it. I wonder if they're just using different types of mushrooms to mimic truffle flavouring, which if you've never tried it before, I suppose it could pass, or if you don't really care that much for it. But I like truffle flavoured things, and that's just not doing it for me. My apologies to Ms. Minaj, but yeah, sorry, I'm not liking this. Let's try it one more time, give it its fair chance. Yeah, no, those are lacking in flavour. What I'm getting now is the crisps coming through. If you've ever eaten just plain crisps, not even salted, they have that sort of fried potato-y taste to them, obviously because that's what they are. That's what's coming through. There's a distinct lack of seasoning on these, and that's not good. I'm going to try something. Give them a shake and try some out of the bag. That's helped a little bit, but now that I've spotted it, it's all I can taste. If you're wondering what I'm on about, go out and get a packet of Walker's Salt and Shake crisps, and then just eat one without putting the little salt sachet through. That's exactly what they are. They're just like plain potato-y crisp things, and yeah, that's not good. Something must have gone wrong there, because there was a distinct lack of seasoning on those. Compared to the first two, and especially the first one, the all-in hot flavour, there's hardly all on it. When I have a look at that one, it's just, there's nothing there. Yeah, alright, moving on. By the way, off camera, I'm arranging them in order of preference, and so far they've been in the same order that I've reviewed them, so hopefully we're going to reverse that trend shortly. Next up is the Migos or Migos sour cream with a dab of ranch. These should be by far and away different to the other three. Give them a try. Oh wow. So just opening the packet before I've even done a sniff test, the smell hits you. I'll come to that in a minute. Right, these are looking a bit better. Let's have a look on here. Again, I've got no idea if any of this is coming across on the camera, but I can see a damn sight more powder on these. We're doing well so far. We might be reversing our fortunes. Alright, sniff test. Yeah, definitely. I can definitely smell that sour cream coming through. They are right, with a dab of ranch, you know, the ranch dressing, I'm assuming that's what that means, but mainly that sour cream. I don't know if I would describe it as herby, but, you know, the smell of ranch, but, yeah, that's exactly what I can smell, is those two things. It's nice, don't get me wrong, it is very nice. So far, the description matches exactly what I'm smelling. Yeah, right. Into the face. Alright, we're back on track. That's nice. That is nice. I should note as well, these are sort of paler in their appearance. Texture again exactly the same, they're crisps. But that makes sense given what the flavour is. Sour cream is white. So, you know. But yeah, they're nice. Right, let's get a few more in my gob. I'm liking that. Those are good. Again, the flavour is an exact translation of the description. Sour cream with ranch. But those are nice. I think we might have my new favourite flavour so far. Originally it was the all-in hot, but I think it's going to have to be these. Yeah. You get it all in one go. It's not like you taste a little bit of something and then something else. You get it all in one. That is a really nice flavour. I don't know who these fine gentlemen are, but if they're cooking, I'll definitely go around their house. That's nice. Yeah, definitely number one flavour. We'll put those to the front. They're good. Right, I'm going to get the rest of these in my face now as well. I'm trying not to eat too many because I'll end up feeling sick, but these are going in my face. Right, I had to go get a drink. I'm eating all this salty food all in one go. Oh, right. So, next up is Rick Ross Sweet Chili Lemon Pepper. This sounds like a flavour I would like. Definitely. Right, let's get this open. Oh, wow, look at that. Said I wasn't going to comment too much on appearance because they're all just crisps, but just look at them. Blimey. They're a bit red, aren't they? I don't think we're going to have any problem with the level of seasoning on these. Look at that. Blimey, and half of it. Look, oh, jeez, look at that one. What the hell? I wonder if the factory had a trainee on the flavouring machine when I bought all these, because Christ, these have got maybe got a bit too much on them. I mean, half of it's come out in the bag. Then whoever was on the Nicki Minaj machine didn't put nearly enough on. Bloody hell. Right, do a sniff test, shall we? Lemon. Lots of lemon. Yeah. The sweet chilies, it's there in the background, but lemon. that's all I can really smell. It's lemon mixed with something, obviously. It's lemon mixed with sweet chili sauce, and it is sweet chili. It's not your hot sauce, it's sweet chili sauce, definitely. I'm not expecting any spice to come from this at all, but it's lemon. Don't know what else to say other than that's all I can smell. And again, the smell hit me as soon as I opened that bag. Yeah, that's good. Right, let's get them in my face. Yeah, definitely. That's they're nice. All right. Yeah, they're good. Again, the smell perfectly matches the flavour. First thing that hits you is the lemon. Now, don't confuse that with an actual fresh lemon that's like really tangy, and put it this way, you don't want to drink lemon juice or eat a fresh lemon.
When God gives you lemons, you find a new God.
It's a sort of softer lemon taste. It's nice, but that's the first thing that comes through, followed closely by sweet chili sauce. It's good. Yeah, so I can put another one. I don't quite know what he means by lemon pepper. I'm getting no hints of pepper whatsoever. It was lemon, yeah, mixed with sweet chili sauce. There's one sweet chili sauce in mind that I can think of. Cannot remember the name of it. If I remember during the editing, I will put a picture of it on screen. But it's that and a sort of, yeah, soft lemony flavour. It's good. Oh, look at that one. Look at the seasoning on that. That's going in my face right now. Now, the ingredients do say it contains chili pepper, but there's no spice to these whatsoever. These are just a really nice, sweet, lemony flavour. They're good. I think I'm going to have to give those joint second place behind the sour cream with a dab of ranch. It's good to be back on track. The first 3 packets we seem to be going permanently downhill, but these are good so far. Very good. Nicki Minaj, sorry, you're still at the bottom, and if I'm honest, I think you're staying there. Next up is the 2 Snoop Dogg ones. These are the same flavour. OG barbecue cheddar and cheddar barbecue. They are the same flavour, but these are crisps, and these are tortillas, or tortillas.
Wow, Stuart, you are such a monolingual.
Doritos. So potatoes, corn. Ingredients though, surprising amount of difference between the two. Besides the fact that, you know, potato and corn, but all the flavouring and everything went into it. So, possibly the same flavour? Possibly not. Let's find out. We'll start with the crisps. Very yellow. That sort of yellowy orange colour that you get with cheese and cheddar. Yeah, that'll be all that bloody yellow 42 or whatever ingredients that it said they were. And right, let's open the other ones. Blimey, they're even more orange. Look at those two. Bloody hell. Right, okay. I was not expecting them to be that colour. I was expecting them to look like that, or like they do on the packet, but okay. Expecting a strong flavour from those, and also from these. There is a lot in it. I mean, I'll pick this one out. Look at that. There's a lot of powder on that. Good. Right. Sniff test of the crisps. Cheese. Cheddar. Lots of it. It's a hint of barbecue. Mostly cheese. I'm not quite sure what cheese. I mean, obviously cheddar. But it's certainly a very aromatic type of cheese that they've used in this. Yeah, I mean, it might just be a strong smell because it's powdered, but definitely strong cheddar cheese smell with this. It is nice though. It is a nice smell. Right, let's smell the others. Different. Still cheese, different cheese. Yes. Those remind me of cheesy Doritos. I mean, they are, you know, they're corn tortilla chip things, but it's a very different smell. It's still cheese flavour. It's still, you know, powdered cheese, you know, whatever it said on the ingredients. But those are very different from each other. That is more like a random UK like tortilla chip thing that's cheese, like I say, cheesy Doritos. That is very much from across the pond. It's hard to put into words the difference. You're probably just going to have to go out and buy them for yourselves. But two very different smells though there. They both smell of cheese, but they're very different. And of course with these I can smell the corn coming through as well. Even when you get these corn tortillas just plain, they still have a very distinctive smell to them. Right, taste test. Crisps first. Well, he's not lying. Barbecue cheddar. It's probably the most straightforward. It's barbecue sauce, that same American style sweet barbecue sauce, but with a good strong cheddar flavour in there as well. Yeah, they're nice. They are definitely nice. I think, though, they're probably going to be in third place, because the others really stand out. They're not doing anything wrong, but they're just not standing out to me as much as the others. But they are good. If you like cheesy flavoured things, definitely. Alright, let's try the corn ones and see how these differ. Okay. They're not so good. I'm sorry, Mr. Dog. They're not very nice. Try another one, but no. They're doing what the Nicki Minaj ones did. There's not really any flavour to them. Let's just swig some of me drink to wash them down, try again, but okay, let's try one more time. No. Even though they look to be really heavily seasoned, the flavour is entirely overwhelmed by the taste of the corn chips coming through underneath. That's all I can taste. It's just like plain corn tortilla. That's all I can taste that's coming through. It's completely overwhelming the flavouring that they've added to them. Yeah, that's really quite disappointing. My own personal bias, I always prefer crisps over tortilla things, but no, they're not good. Like I say, they're doing what the Nicki Minaj ones are doing. There's no flavour except the underlying crisp. I'm trying desperately to talk about the flavouring, but it's not there. I can't even really comment on the difference in the two flavours because these don't have any. That's really disappointing. Sorry, Mr. Dog, those are going back in the packet. I don't like them. And unfortunately, those are going to be joint last with Nicki Minaj. These, very nice. Very cheesy. We've got that sweet barbecue flavour coming through first, followed closely by that cheddar flavour. Very good. Sorry, Mr. Snoop. Yeah, just stick to normal crisps. Right, so, conclusions on the wrap snacks. Now, first thing I've got to say, I was really excited to film this episode. Having tried these ones before, the all-in hot flavour, and been really very impressed with them, I was really excited to try all these other flavours and of course talk about them and make an episode about them. Unfortunately, however, very hit and miss. Just been talking to my partner in between filming segments as well, and they said they'd heard about the Snoop Dogg tortilla chips not being very nice. I have to say, I have to agree, they're joint last in my ranking. Yeah, some of them, don't get me wrong, are brilliant. They're still some of the best crisps I think I've ever eaten. You know, Walkers should pay attention. But just the consistency just isn't there. I was really looking forward to eating 7 packets of fantastic flavoured crisps, and unfortunately 2 of them have almost no flavour to them at all. 2 more of them are just meh, and 3 out of 7 actually any good. You know, granted those 3 out of 7 are really good, they're really nice, but if it was like 5 or 6 out of 7 it'd be a bit better, but 3 out of 7, less than 50% guys, it's not good. It's really not. Let's rank them. So we'll do them worst to best, and I have to say the bottom one is going to have to be the tortilla chips, the Snoop Dogg Nacho Nachos Cheddar Barbecue, just because There's no flavour to them except the corn tortillas underneath. I cannot taste the cheese at all. I've taken a break in filming. I'll try it one more time. Yeah, as much as I like Snoop Dogg, sorry mate, you're in last place. Second to last, and only because these are crisps and not tortillas, Nicki Minaj, barbecuing, whatever you want to call it, with my honey truffle. Again, similar sort of problem. There's almost no flavour to them. I don't know if they had a trainee on the flavouring machine on the day, but it's just not there. Very little flavour. The flavour that is there, it's not special, and it's almost immediately overpowered by the potato crisps underneath, which is a flavour you shouldn't be able to taste when you're eating crisps. That's the whole point, they are flavoured. So for that reason, yeah, it would be joint last between these two, but I don't like tortillas, as I've said. So, put them there. Moving up, I'm going to say joint third place for these two. These are, yeah, the OG barbecue cheddar and the salt vinegar barbecue onion garlic and more. Nice, not really doing anything wrong, but a little underwhelming. We'll try them, each of them, one more time. You know what? I changed my mind actually. Snoop Dogg number 2 is going in 5th place. Little Baby All In flavour can go in 4th. Those are a step up from them. In 3rd place is going to be the All In Hot. These are just better. And something about the addition of that cayenne pepper changes it in a way, and it's just, yeah. Let's say these were the first ones that I tried. I'd tried this flavour and only this flavour prior to filming this episode, and they're still as good as I remember. They're definitely 3rd place. Very similar to flavour to that one, but that cayenne pepper does put it a step up. 2nd place, sweet chili lemon pepper. Absolutely brilliant are these. Unlike anything I've tried before, the primary flavour being lemon, but it's, like I say, a soft lemon flavour. It's quite nice. It's not like sucking on an actual lemon. And then the undertone is that sweet chilli coming through. But it's sweet chilli, not spicy. If you eat a big handful like this in one go, it hints at being spicy, but doesn't actually fully get there. Very, very nice. Highly recommend these ones. Last, but by no means least, in 1st place, sour cream with a dab of ranch. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, for one, I like spicy food. I will add hot sauce to just about anything. These are not spicy at all. You'd have thought with me, the ones with the cayenne pepper on would win because they're spicy. That's normally how things go with me, but no. Sour cream with a dab of ranch. Absolutely delicious. I mean, it's close. It's very close. But this one just about gets there, I think. Let's just try these again. You know what? I can't decide. Joint first. Sweet chili lemon pepper. Sour cream with dab of ranch. Joint first. Yeah, I can't decide. But absolutely brilliant. Highly recommend. There's one more thing I want to try, just for the sake of it, and then we'll close it off. Let's just have one of each, all at the same time, if I can fit them in. The corn tortilla can go in 2nd. See which one's got the best flavour. As in, which one wins. Interesting. Get the crisps in my mouth, most of them down my top and on the floor. Easily the most prominent flavour is that lemon again, until a few seconds later when I put the corn tortilla in my mouth, and then that's all I could taste. I think for those to be nice, they have to change the base ingredient, the corn tortillas, and add a lot more seasoning. A lot more flavour needs to go on them. But before I put that in my gob, all I could taste was the lemon. Well, I could taste everything else, but the lemon was the primary flavour. Anyway, that's of no basis in the testing process. I just wanted to do it because I'm a fat fuck. So, conclusions. Would I recommend? Absolutely. Yes. Give them a try. They are a bit hit and miss. Try the different flavours by all means. I mean, your mileage may vary. You may get the Nicki Minaj ones, and you know they've had someone qualified operating the flavour machine that day, and they're really good. But unfortunately, this case, there was just no flavour. Same with the corn tortilla ones, the Snoop Dogg cheese ones. Yeah, don't recommend those two at all, based off what I've seen here. But all the others, especially these two here at the front, definitely recommend. If you see them, get them. You won't regret it. Right, this is a lot of salty food I've just eaten. I need a drink. But for now, thank you for watching. God, I feel a bit sick. Ugh. Welcome back to another episode of Strange Things from Across the Pond. Why are you saying it like that? Yes, that's right. I've got my hands on some Cool Whip.
Ooh, you got some pie, huh? Can I have a piece?
Sure.
Ooh, let me have some of that Cool Whip.
What'd you say?
You can't have a pie without Cool Whip.
Cool Whip?
Cool Whip, yeah.
You mean Cool Whip?
Yeah, Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
You're saying it weird. Why are you putting so much emphasis on the H?
What are you talking about? I'm just saying it. Cool Whip. You put Cool Whip on pie. Pie tastes better with Cool Whip.
Say whip.
Whip.
Now say Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
Cool Whip.
You're eating hair!
And yes, I am going to be pronouncing it that way throughout this entire video. More specifically, I've actually got my hands on 3 flavours of Cool Whip. We have this, the Cool Whip Original. We have Cool Whip Extra Creamy, made with real cream, which this other one doesn't say on it, so I'm curious to know what the fuck that's made from. Anyway, and then we have Cool Whip Zero Sugar, which I'm guessing is also berry flavoured, but it doesn't actually say that it is. It just implies it doesn't actually say it. It does also say, not a low-calorie food. Okay, well, it could be interesting going through the nutritional information on that one. So there we are, 3 lots of Cool Whip. Also worth noting, my partner has very kindly cooked for this episode some very American pumpkin pie. And, well, this is perfect because you can't have pie without Cool Whip.
You can't have a pie without Cool Whip.
So what I'm going to do, after we've gone through all the packaging and nutritional information and all that jazz, we will have some Cool Whip on its own, and then we'll have some pumpkin pie with the Cool Whip. Mainly because it's an excuse to have pie. And Cool Whip because you can't have pie without Cool Whip.
You mean Cool Whip?
So, starting off with Cool Whip Original. On the front of it, this pretty much just tells us what it does. You can layer it in desserts. Okay. Make breakfast extraordinary. Eat like ice cream. Interesting, because this came out of the fridge, not the freezer. Dip with fruit. Top hot chocolate. And make smoothies delicious. So this is an interesting product. I can't think of anything else that can be used for all these things. Eat like ice cream. Well, you would eat ice cream, maybe yogurt. But then you put it in smoothies as well? I mean, you can put cream in smoothies. I've never known anyone to actually do that, though. I mean, you can put anything you like in smoothies, you know, as long as your blender can handle it. You can put a fucking brick in there, but why would you?
I think, for added bite, brick. This is actually a brick. Oh, it's broken, but there we are. I'll pop that in there.
It's interesting as well, because we had the one earlier that said not a low-calorie food, and this says whipped topping. So what is it? What exactly is Cool Whip? Net weight, 8 freedom units, 226 grams. Fridge fresh for 2 weeks. Well, if it's nice, it probably won't last that long, but we'll see. Lift here for recipes. Easy strawberry shortcake trifle. Okay. Cool and creamy mixed berry smoothie. I don't really like trifle. Well, actually not. Tell a lie. I despise trifle. And it's like fucking -4 outside at the moment, so I don't really want a smoothie either. But, oh well, at least it's including something. Whatever. Right. If I can get a decent picture of it, nutritional information will be going on the screen. It's sort of a weird shape. Ingredients. Here we go. This is where it could be interesting. Water. Corn syrup, high fructose corn syrup, hydrogenated vegetable oil, which is coconut and palm kernel oils, skim milk, which I'm assuming means skimmed milk, contains less than 2% of light cream, sodium caseinate from milk, natural and artificial flavour, xanthan and guar gums, modified food starch, polysorbate 60, sorbitan monostearate, sodium polyphosphate, beta-carotene, which is colour. Okay, so apart from all those chemicals, most of which I have never heard of, that seems like a fairly simple product. It's water and corn syrup. Now, we've seen corn syrup, especially the high fructose corn syrup, in a lot of American foods. Am I just going to be eating corn syrup? Is that what Cool Whip is? It's just corn syrup with a few extra bits put in it. And yeah, contains less than 2% of light cream. What is light cream? Milk? This could be interesting. And yeah, you can do a lot of these things, you know, with cream, except maybe put it in smoothies. But it's not cream. I think it's going to be a cream substitute. Alright, let's do the other two. Cool Whip Extra Creamy.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Oh, made with real cream this time. Interesting. It's still only labelled as whipped topping. Net weight is 8 freedom units, 226 grams. That's something, actually. These don't weigh anything. They just don't. You'd have thought something like this, if you've got some sort of liquid in it, they normally have a bit of weight to them, but yeah, marshmallow would be heavier than what this feels like. Yeah, anyway, this one looks like you can dip your cookies in it. Fair enough, I suppose that's another use for it. So once again, probably a mediocre picture of the nutritional information going on the screen. And the ingredients with this are skim milk first, hydrogenated vegetable oil, coconut and palm kernel oils, high fructose corn syrup, water, corn syrup, light cream, contains less than 2% of sodium caseinate from the milk, natural and artificial flavour, xanthan and guar gums, I think it's meant to say polysorbate 60, maybe, it hasn't printed properly, sorbitan monostearate, sodium polyphosphate and beta-carotene for colour. So, interestingly, very much the same ingredients, but in different orders. Where this is made with real cream, I don't think that's true. It seems to be mostly skim milk. Assuming the ingredients mentioned first are the main ingredients, yes, skim milk is the primary ingredient in this, followed by high fructose corn syrup, apparently. So maybe that's how they got the extra creamy. Here, on the original, water is the primary ingredient, followed by all the corn syrups. On this one, the milk is the primary ingredient, and water is way down the list. So, yeah, I think this has maybe just got more milk in it. Not cream, though. I don't know where they're getting that idea from. Anyway, let's do the last one. Last up, we have Cool Whip Zero Sugar, not a low-calorie food. Okay, interesting. This with the purple and then the blackberry on here, I thought was going to be flavoured, you know, like berry flavoured Cool Whip, but I don't know, maybe that's just a serving suggestion. You can dip fruit in it. We'll have to see when I taste it. So, nutritional information going up on the screen, and ingredients are, again, water, corn syrup, and there's a qualifying mark on it this time, which isn't on the other two. So corn syrup, qualifying mark, says adds a trivial amount of sugar. I suppose, yeah, they have had to put that because this is the zero sugar version. Ah, right, okay. Interesting. Hydrogenated vegetable oil, coconut and palm kernel oils, contains less than 2% of sodium caseinate from milk, natural and artificial flavour, modified food starch, xanthan and guar gums, polysorbate 60, sorbitan monostearate, sodium polyphosphate. What on earth does that say? Acesulfame potassium and aspartame, and there's another qualifying mark which is phenylketonurics. Yes, apparently those are sweeteners. Okay, beta carotene, which is colour and contains phenylalanine. Okay, so it looks like they've taken out the sugar, at least most of it, down to a trivial amount, and replaced it with shit that no one can pronounce. Okay then. Right, that yeah, could be interesting. I just noticed these also have recipes on them. Oh look, strawberry cheesecake cups and chocolate banana bark. Oh, okay. And what was the other one? Fluffy fruit pie and mile high fudge brownie pie. Mile high fudge brownie. Giggity.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Anyway. I'm sorry. So I don't know why I find that so funny. Mile high fudge brownie. You just imagine, this seems like the sort of stuff that you would serve to kids. You know, kids, do you want some Cool Whip? I've made mile high fudge brownies. Why don't you take a seat?
Yeah, seat right around that store right there in front of it.
What the fuck? Right, anyway. Serious face. Serious face. Mile high fudge brownie. Oh, fuck me. I'm sure some innocent young thing in a marketing department probably thought that was a lovely thing to include. And had absolutely no idea that some British guy would be laughing his head off on his subpar YouTube channel about it. But yeah, fucking hell. Right, anyway, let's start with Cool Whip Original. You know, you can't have any, Bella. Don't start that shit. Right, I think I'll do a taste test first on a spoon, and then we'll go get the pie, because you can't have pie without Cool Whip. So, let's see, how do I open? Oh, fucking hell. Let's just use a knife. Mile high fudge brownie. Gave your mum a fudge brownie last night. Oh shit. Right, serious face, Stuart, serious face. Let's open this up. Right, that's interesting. I'm not sure what to make of that. What is this? I mean, it's Cool Whip, but it's sort of... I mean, look at that, I can bend it and... I mean, if I leave it sitting here like this, it looks like marshmallow. But I can also squish it and move it around like a liquid. I mean, there's like no resistance in this at all, other than the plastic container. That is a really weird looking substance. It's like ice cream, marshmallow and double cream had a threesome, and somehow this came out of it.
It got away from me, yeah.
I really don't know what to make of this. It's weird. The edges here, this like ridge around the crater, almost, looks just like marshmallow, especially around here as I'm moving around. But then the middle looks like a liquid. But the whole thing is holding its shape. I don't know what to make of that. Let's do a sniff test. I'm not sure what to make of the smell either. It's like a combination of marshmallow and double cream, but there's something else in there as well, and it's not ice cream. It's almost chemically. I'm not sure what to make of it, so try again. Yeah, double cream, marshmallow, maybe a hint of ice cream, but I don't think so. And then a sort of chemically smell that goes with it. Not a nice one either. But it has to be said, it's a faint smell too. This doesn't have a very strong smell to it, which for food isn't always a good thing. I'm not sure what to make of it. Smell-wise and appearance-wise, it's... yeah, I really don't know what to say about that. Alright, well, I'm going to dive straight in with a spoonful. Let's just see what... See, even as I spoon it out, it looks weird. yeah, it looks like partially melted marshmallows. I'm scooping it out. But look, it's keeping its shape. I got way too much on that spoon there. But very... It's not liquid. It's soft, very soft, but it's not liquid. I don't know what to make of this. It's like very, very soft marshmallow. Alright, in the gob. Okay. It's marshmallow. That's what it tastes like. It just tastes like plain white marshmallow. It has the texture of squirty cream. Exactly like that. But the first thing that strikes me that this tastes of is marshmallow. It's nice, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I don't really know what this is. There's hints of like cream flavouring to it. I won't say cream because, as we read on the ingredients, it does not contain cream, but there's a hint of cream flavouring to it. It's like if you took squirty cream and added a small amount of marshmallow to it. It's nice, as you can see. I keep spooning into it. I want more, as you do with squirty cream. You just want to eat the whole can. But yeah, I don't know. What is this? It's Cool Whip. We're going to go get the pumpkin pie in a minute and have some of that on it. I'm going to warm it up, but I think that's going to go quite well. Yeah, let's go and get it. Here we go. Bit of pumpkin pie, homemade. Let's have some Cool Whip. There we go. That is some Americanness to 1,000 right there. Like I said, homemade. I may well one day feature the pumpkin on another episode because it's this like tinned stuff and it comes in like a cream almost, but it is very nice. I can't really imagine making this with, say, fresh pumpkin. I don't think it would actually be as good. You can tell I've already had pumpkin pie many a times, but this is the first time I've actually had Cool Whip on the pie, and you can't have pie without Cool Whip. Right, so let's just dig straight in. That is definitely complementing the pie. Yeah, definitely. You've got the usual clash of temperatures. I've warmed this up, and then of course the Cool Whip is cold, but it's not the same as having, say, a dollop of cream on it. I don't really know how to say it. The two flavours complement each other nicely. You've got the pumpkin, which, when it's been cooked like this, has a similar texture to the filling of a cheesecake. You've got the crust, which is supposed to be there as well, which is, you know, nice and crumbly. And then you've got the light, almost fluffiness of the Cool Whip going with it. And of course you've got that sort of sweet and savoury mix as well. Yeah, it's like having squirty cream on a bit of apple pie, but American. It's gorgeous. Many thanks to my lovely fiancée for making this. I think I'm going to end up having more than 3 slices in this episode. Right, I'm going to stuff this in my face and we'll move on to the next flavour. Alright, next up, let's open up the extra creamy and see how this is any different. You know, it's the same ingredients but seemingly in different proportions, so... Ooh, look at that. Look at how much is stuck to the lid. That is certainly different. I think it's safe to say it's definitely a thicker substance. Look at how it's stuck to the lid. I wonder why it's done that. Probably because I squeezed it or something before I opened it. It still does that thing, though, of being part solid, part liquid. Looks more like double cream or clotted cream than the other one did. The other one looked more like very weak marshmallow. Right, let's do a sniff test. I have to say, yeah, it's different. It's, compare it to the other one, since I've got it right next to me. So this is the extra creamy. This is the original that I've just had. This one, the first thing that struck me was marshmallow. That one definitely smells more like cream. Again, it's so subtle though. They both have only a very weak smell to them. It's so weak it's possible that I'm just making it up in my head because that's what the labels are telling me, but it's there, as far as I can tell anyway. Also, don't know how well it's going to come across on the camera, they're a different colour. This one's a sort of off-white, whereas this is very sort of jet white, very sort of marshmallow white. Look at that. Yeah, this looks more like cream. This looks like squirty marshmallow. Anyway, let's go straight in with a taste test. Oh, let's scoop it out of there. If anything, it's maybe even softer. You can see there, it's behaving more like clotted cream in the tub. Alright, in the gob. Very hard to tell. It definitely doesn't taste like cream, like real cream. It's nowhere near, but it's closer to squirty cream than the original. But there's not a lot in it. No, it tastes like I'm just eating squirty cream. That's all it is. Let's try them side by side. So let's have a bit of this, a little bit, because I'm going to make myself sick at this rate. Okay, a bit of this. Not a lot in it. There really isn't. That one slightly creamier, but yeah, not a lot in it really. There is a difference, but you know, if I wanted this one and they didn't have it, and I had to have this one, fine. That would make no difference at all to my life. It really wouldn't. Come to think of it, you know, I'm 34. I have bought squirty cream in my life, and I've squirted plenty of it into my gob, as everyone does who's normal. I have never actually checked to see if that actually contains cream or not. It may be that what I was buying as squirty cream all this time was just Cool Whip, but in a can. I think I'm going to have to check that now. I mean, you would have thought, because we have higher food standards in this country, if it has the word cream on it, then it should contain cream, but then again, you never know. Right, I think we need to have this with some pie. Alright, here we go. Another piece of pumpkin pie, because you can't have pie without Cool Whip. Let's get a spoon of the extra creamy out. Slightly smaller piece this time, because even my fat ass is going to get sick eventually. Right, let's have a piece. Here we go. Oh, dearie me. There we go. That's nice. I do like this pumpkin pie that my fiancée makes. I have to say, this extra creamy seems to be working a bit better this time. A bit better than the last one, I should say. I think it's the fact that it's closer to cream in terms of flavour, anyway. Neither of these are anywhere near being actual cream. That I think is doing it for me, because I would normally just add cream to something like this, but this is good. Yeah. I got a nice big bit of the crust as well with this, which is one of the best bits of this. Let's get plenty of pumpkin in there as well. Right, big gobful. It's doing all the things that the original Cool Whip does, in the way that it complements the flavour and the different temperatures and the textures. It's doing all of that, but being slightly closer to cream in flavour just puts it ahead. So far, until we've tried the third one at least, if you want some cream to put on some pumpkin pie, but you don't have any, you've only got Cool Whip, go with the extra creamy. So far, extra creamy is winning. Right, let's finish this, and then we'll go for the last one. Right, last up is going to be the... oh dear. Cool Whip Zero Sugar. Let's get her open. This one, I suspect, I'll try not to prejudge, but I suspect is going to end up in last place, because zero sugar, you know, fat-free stuff just is never as good. It just isn't. But it says zero sugar, but not a low-calorie food, so it may be okay. Let's open up and see. Interesting. Immediate first thought is, that looks the most like ice cream out of the three of them. Obviously, I know it's not ice cream. It still has that weird, soft, marshmallowy characteristic to it. But, for all intents and purposes, that looks like ice cream. It's the same colour as the original. Now, looking at the screen on the camera seems to be making it look like there's a difference, but to the naked eye, they're both just completely white. There's no difference in colour. And then, of course, we have the extra creamy, which has that sort of off-white colour to it. But other than that, fairly unremarkable. It looks the same as the others. Let's give it a sniff test. Okay. That smells like the original, but whereas before I was picking up marshmallow, bit of cream, and a chemically smell in the background, very faint. This, the chemically smell, is the primary smell. Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that. When I think on the ingredients, I mean, all of these are the same product with the ingredients swapped round, except that this one seemed to have a lot more chemicals, including ones I'd never friggin' heard of. So that may be it. Chances are whatever's making it smell that way, if there's more of it in the low sugar one, or the no sugar, zero sugar, not a low calorie food version. But like the other two, it's a very faint smell to it. These don't really smell of anything, unless you're doing what I'm doing and sticking your nose right in it. Let's have a spoonful. Ooh. Now that, as I ran the spoon through it, felt thicker than the other two. You'd have thought that the extra creamy would have been the thicker, but no, that's, yeah, and it seems a bit stretchy. I don't know if you can see that on the camera as I pull it away, ever so slightly. It feels thicker. It still doesn't really weigh anything. Alright, let's do a taste test. Oh, dear. I'm not sure what to make of that. It's tangy. I was not expecting that at all. Let's do one more. That's weird. That's really weird. The first thing that hits you is on the tip of your tongue. It's like a tangy sensation. It goes quite quickly, but it's there with each mouthful. Ooh, I'm not sure. These tubs, by the way, are brand new. They were bought last night, so less than 24 hours ago, so it's not off. The rest of the flavour is pretty much the same as the original. It's not quite as sweet. It's basically squirty cream in a tub. It tastes less of marshmallow and more like squirty cream, but obviously it's zero sugar, so there's something missing. But yeah, I was not prepared for that tangy sensation. Oof. Interestingly, I'm not picking it up as much now after 3 or 4 mouthfuls, but it's still there. It's the same as the others. It's the same as the original, but it's just very subtly different in that you can tell that there's zero sugar in it and they've been replaced with sweeteners. It's not bad if you need to cut sugar from your diet, but you really like Cool Whip, then fine. But it's perfectly fine. You're not really going to be able to tell the difference just generally, unless you're doing a taste test like I'm doing. But when you compare them side by side, you can tell that something's been changed with this. Unfortunately, that's the downfall of a lot of products that have an ingredient removed or replaced. Anything zero sugar is going to be different. You know, they say, oh, same great taste, but zero sugar. No, the taste is different. I mean, don't get me wrong, sometimes it is better. I am definitely a Pepsi Max and a Diet Coke kind of guy. The full fat stuff it's just, it's like drinking treacle. But you can always tell. Same with, say, non-alcoholic beer. That has gotten really good recently. There are some really nice non-alcoholic beers out there. But it will always be different to the regular stuff. And that's what I'm getting here with this. I don't know if it's the fact that I've had 2 plates of pumpkin pie, and then and on top of that 2 servings of Cool Whip on its own. But I don't really want to have any more of this. I'm going to have to force myself to have some pie with it. Ugh. Put that there. Right, here we go. Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you will notice this is no longer pumpkin pie. Basically, there's been a few days gap in filming this episode. I couldn't face a 3rd slice of pie in the space of an hour, so I decided to just call it a night, start the editing and finish it in the morning. Unfortunately, I was working the next day, and then I felt a bit sick, and then unfortunately another day went by and we'd eaten it all and I didn't film it. So this is apple pie. Very much the same recipe. I mean, if you think I'm cheating, just remember it's my channel and I make the rules. So we have the zero sugar Cool Whip, because you can't have pie without Cool Whip. Let's tuck in. I haven't even had dinner yet tonight and I'm already eating Cool Whip. That's nice. This is the first time I've tried this pie. It's quite nice. Have another one. Let's get some apple in there. Once again, compliments to my fiance for making this. It's really good. It's got a massive load of Cool Whip. But it has to be said, the Cool Whip tastes the same. I cannot tell the difference between this one and the two that came before it. It's just the same thing. Sorry, but I just can't. It's still got that light fluffiness. I've warmed the pie up. The Cool Whip is out the fridge. So you've got that contrast in temperatures. Yeah, it's just like a light, fluffy, cream substitute on a nice bit of pie. That's all I can say about it. Now, to be fair, all of them have really complemented the pie. And this one's doing a good job of it as well, obviously. So when they say you can't have pie without Cool Whip, they're absolutely correct. This is good. Get some of that fruit. Look at that. Yeah. Fuck me, that's a big gobful. It's adding to it, but it's in no way overwhelming it either. The primary flavour is the pie. The apple pie. Every single mouthful. No matter how much Cool Whip I get in my gob, the pie is always the stronger flavour, which is how it should be. It's adding to it without overwhelming or taking anything away. Even if I get a fresh spoonful, and just, let's have that bit there. Oh, look at that. Trying to get all this in my gob. Yeah, even then, it's the pie. The Cool Whip has just a slightly delicate flavour to it. It just makes it absolutely perfect on pie. I wholeheartedly agree. You can't have pie without Cool Whip. Right. Do I want a second slice? Yeah, I think I'll have a second slice. And yeah, then I think we'll do conclusions, shall we? Alright then, conclusions on Cool Whip. As I said earlier, there's been a few days gap in filming this episode. That's why some of you may have noticed this episode's coming out a few days later than intended. I've come to the conclusion that Cool Whip, for viewers in the UK, it's basically squirty cream in a tub. That's what it is. Instead of an aerosol can and you sort of squirt it on, it's in a tub. Now, I haven't looked at what the ingredients are of squirty cream, whether that contains more milk and dairy or, you know, maybe even some actual cream. I think I've seen the occasional squirty cream out there that says made with real cream. I don't know, I'm not going to look. That's not really the point. The point is, in terms of taste and texture and appearance and the use as well, Cool Whip is squirty cream in a tub. That's essentially what you're buying. In terms of differences between the three, not a lot. There really isn't, especially between the original and the zero sugar. Zero sugar has a slightly more chemically taste, probably because they're using sweeteners instead of sugar, but not a lot in it. Honestly, if I was served Cool Whip zero sugar instead of original on some pie, not gonna notice. I'm just not. The extra creamy, yes, slightly different, slightly more creamy, as the name suggests. If I had to pick a favourite, it would be the extra creamy, but there's so little in it. There's just nothing really separating them. Do I recommend it? Yes, of course. Absolutely. It's lovely. It goes great if you're having pie. You can't have pie without Cool Whip. I absolutely agree with that. But that's about it. That's about all I can say about this. Yeah, it's really nice. Does a great job. I haven't tried any of these things with it. I've literally put it on pie. Cool Whip on pie. But I really like it. Like I say, it's squirty cream in a tub. So yeah, if you like squirty cream and you want a big load of it in a tub, get yourself some Cool Whip. Right, I need to hurry up with this editing because I am way behind schedule with it. Next month, I don't actually know what we're going to do.
I've got a huge pile of stuff and I haven't decided, so you'll have to wait and see. Alright, that's it. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching this video on doing stuff and filming it. Please don't forget to press the big button here in the middle to subscribe if you haven't already done so. If you liked what you just saw, please click the like button below and leave a comment letting me know what you liked about it. And as always, thank you for watching.